Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine. And yes, this is the next part of a new Naruto. What if something made Naruto the dead last that everyone sees him as? What if he really wasn't as weak as he seemed? The true Naruto, unleashed upon the Shinobi world. Our story starts at invasion of Konoha arc and continues onwards. So let's start without any delay. Let's start this great series. A group of 3 lightly cloaked figures wandered through the desert heading towards the hidden village in the unforgiving terrain. A bastion of relief for the travelers that they moved towards quickly to get out of the sun. Why are we wearing this extra equipment if we're running Naruto-senpai? Sai asked curiously as he and Maki followed behind the blonde leader, keeping pace with him. Because Saikuhai. Naruto began to explain, while I don't really need it, you most definitely do. Have you looked in a mirror lately? You're as white as the paper you draw on. If you're out in this sun for even an hour you're going to be lobster red, and I don't need you losing any fights we get into because of your nasty sunburn. Maki looked over at her 2 superiors before speaking her own mind. What about me, Naruto-senpai? I'm not as pale as Sai-senpai is and I'm still wearing a cloak too. Naruto grinned at her. Well, there's no way I'm letting the female member of our little group chance getting sunburned. You're too pretty to get that complexion all beat up by the sun, Maki. His grin dropped as he saw the dome structure of Tsunagakure coming into sight. Okay, be cool. You guys are both registered, right? I know Sai is, but how about you, Maki? Maki nodded. Yes, senpai, I'm a registered Konoha ninja, number 920,018. Should I put on my hitiet now? Yes, that would be best, at least for now. Naruto said as he saw Maki retrieve the accessory and tie it around her neck. Gaara may trust me, but we're still foreign ninja and you all need to be identified as Konoha ninja lest we look way more suspicious than we already do. The only bad thing is if this gets back to Tsunade-chan. She's going to wonder where I got you two from. Sai gave him his smile. No, she shouldn't look too much into it, senpai. Danzasama has worked out a deal that places me as your usual teammate in order to protect you. I am sure he has or will explain Maki the same way. Naruto returned the smile with one of his own as he looked at his 2 subordinates. We're golden then. Alright, get ready for some scrutinizing looks. Don't attract a ruckus, and remember to get some rest and get your materials together quickly for in case of a Katsuki attack or if we have to leave suddenly. The smile he shot back at them actually put a small one on Maki's face. Don't cause a ruckus, Naruto-senpai. That doesn't sound like you. I remember during that mission we had to that noble's mansion in Kuminari no Kuni when you ... Okay, Maki. Naruto replied, rather disgruntled at the turn of the conversation as he turned forward with narrowed eyes. I don't need you reminding me of how I got out of there. I remember. I was there. And you didn't help me either, so you don't get to judge my robbery plan when you didn't even have a part in it. As you wish, senpai. Maki replied automatically to stanch his ire, but looking at her face he could see the mirth in her eyes. She really did miss having him back. But that also meant that she was going to take to razzing him every now and then. Putting the thought out of his mind, Naruto focused on the mission. She could do what she wanted as long as she knew how to work. Besides, talking to someone that would answer back with some bite every now and then was way better than getting Sai's monotonic responses. He might be able to take the edge off and have some fun verbally sparring with her. It didn't really hurt that she was rather cute too. Kami, how did he not notice she was a girl? He must have missed a few remedial detail noticing lectures back in the day. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato Konoha Hospital. Tsunade had been periodically checking on Jiraiya ever since he had been admitted to the hospital. He was out of critical condition, but he had still suffered grievous wounds that required him to remain in the hospital. Breathing on his own was still a horrible chore due to the injuries to the throat that he had suffered at the hands of Pain, forcing him to remain hooked up to a machine to assist him with the necessary process as well as an apparatus to provide him with nutrition due to his inability to even properly swallow food. That wasn't even mentioning his most glaring injury that would hinder him forever, his missing left arm that had been severed at the shoulder. She walked through her teammate's room, engaging him in conversation during some downtime in her daily schedule. "So you have no idea where the brat is going either?" she asked Jiraiya while adjusting his blinds for him. She turned to face him and saw him shake his head in the negative. "Both of you weren't enough to take down this Pain person." Jiraiya shook his head and looked at her as if he wanted to say more, prompting a frown to grace the Godame Hokage's features. "I need to get you something to write with until you can speak again." She looked outside of the window. "It's been 3 days since you were brought back. Do you even have any idea what he's out there to do?" Jiraiya again shook his head, wishing he could speak to Tsunade, but in his current condition that was impossible. His apprentice had taken it upon himself to stay away from Konoha for the time being and leave himself surrounded by the wolves of the Akatsuki. He needed to be able to somehow tell Tsunade all that he had seen, and what he had learned about Pain. He needed to find Naruto and start getting him ready for an inevitable second encounter with Pain. He needed to do all of these things, but he simply couldn't because he was stuck in this damned hospital bed for the time being. Tsunade let out a sigh. "Well, if anything comes up we can still speak with him through Hamako if the need arises. We're going to have you up and at him in no time, you old goat," she said with a smile. "I still need you around here, you aren't getting off that easily." "So Naruto isn't coming back?" a voice said with a sigh from the entrance of the room. Eyes turned there to see Kakashi leaning against the door frame. "Do you want to send someone after him? If so, I'm volunteering." Tsunade shook her head. "No. The brat isn't deserting, he's just taking advantage of a loophole." She let out a small laugh. "I guess he did deserve a real vacation after all anyway. But no, I'm not going to send anyone after him. He'll come back when he finds what he wants. I'll be sending out the pervert to go find him when he's all healed up anyway." Kakashi gave her a nice smile. "Well, in that case, I volunteer to escort Jiraiya-sama when he goes looking for him." Tsunade nodded to him, getting Kakashi to give a thumbs up. "Great. When it's time to go, give me a call and I'll be right there." Jiraiya let out a muffled laugh as Tsunade rolled her eyes. "You'll be there 3 hours late like always." She put her hands on her hips. "I'll inform you on when Jiraiya will be ready to leave." "All right then," Kakashi said, pulling out his Icha book and turning to leave. "In the meantime, I have to lay low and duck the inevitable stream of questions that will follow everyone learning that the kid isn't dead, and keep the fact that I'll be looking for him soon to myself. Until then." He gave a wave and disappeared from the doorway in a puff of smoke. XXX. Tsunagakyo no Sato village streets. Naruto led his 2 companions through Suna's streets when Sai tapped him discreetly. "We're being watched, senpai," he said quietly. "We're foreign and we didn't sneak in, Sai." Naruto responded back to him. "Of course they're going to watch us. Does it matter? Are you supposed to be doing anything illegal while you're here?" Sai shook his head. "Our only objectives are to keep you safe, Naruto-senpai. Other than that, we have no other mission parameters to adhere to." Danzasama was very lenient with the orders upon handing us this mission. Naruto nodded and looked at the female member of the team. Maki, remind me to fight you later to get a picture of what you can do. I know you're a good medic, which is good because I think we're going to need you sooner or later. Maki nodded to him and looked around. What's the matter? We may be allies, but this village tried to destroy Konoha 3 years ago, senpai. Maki said softly so as not to alert any of the shinobi or villagers around them. The current Kazekage tried to kill you. How do you trust him? Naruto smiled at Maki. I beat him and showed him that simply existing to kill everyone wasn't the way to be strong. I told him that I fought for Konoha. Well, he must have taken that to heart. He looked towards the Kazekage Tower and continued to lead his group. Let's see if Gaara can help me out with this. I need more knockout power if I'm going to fight Pain. Maki followed the leader of the hastily assembled team dutifully. This Pain, what is he like? Do you know what he can do in battle? Naruto shook his head. I don't know. There were 6 of him and they beat the piss out of me, and those eyes. Kyuubi called them Rinnegan and it seemed really freaked out by them. I need to have a little chat with it when I get the chance. Well, there you are. Naruto and company looked up on a nearby roof to see Kankuro grinning down at him. Gaara heard you were in the village and sent me to escort you the rest of the way to his office. What, you don't know how to let someone know you're coming? Naruto shook his head. It was kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing. Kankuro jumped down to the ground and shook hands with Naruto. It's good to see you again. How's your family? He asked as Kankuro began leading them through the streets to the tower. Kankuro let out a chuckle. Well, he's Gaara. I don't really know how to specify any better than that. Tumrai just got back from Konoha on another diplomatic mission and she's pissed at you again. I had a mission. Naruto said, sweat dropping at knowing how much Tumrai disliked looking for him and not finding him. How can she be mad at me for that? Kankuro's laughter grew more pronounced. No, she's not pissed at you for that. She's pissed because she heard that you had gotten killed and then heard that you had just disappeared and weren't coming back to Konoha. As a matter of fact, she didn't get here that much sooner than you did, so you have. Kankuro looked at the position of the sun. You have 4 hours until she wakes up from her nap after getting back to come up with a good defense. Naruto's face had a downcast look. Believe me, I had a very good reason as to why those things happened. I need to talk to Gaara about it though. You can listen up when you get us there because you should know too. Kankuro noticed the serious tone and look on Naruto's face and realized whatever he had to talk to Gaara about had to be something of a big deal. So who are these guys with you? He said, looking at Naruto's cloaked escorts. Naruto looked back at them and gestured for them to put their hoods down. The guy is named Sai, the girl's name is Maki. They're my team while I'm on this little mission of mine. He said, settling into a comfortable silence that left him alone with his thoughts. I need more control over Kyuubi's power, and not just with the use of the trigger. It's a shortcut that does more harm than good in the long run. He heard the Kyuubi cackle inside of his mind. You call the trigger a shortcut that does more harm than good, but you should know that you're the only Jinchuriki that has ever used my chakra to this extent. Feel proud to have made it this far. The last 2 before you were unwilling to use my power the way you have. Bullshit. Naruto said in his head as the entrance to Gaara's daily place of work came into sight. You've told me that you had other containers before. You're saying that I'm the only one that's used you? No. Others have tried. Kyuubi corrected him. My first Jinchuriki used the bare minimum of my chakra, barely enough to use a single tail. The second one was much the same. She couldn't go past Four Tails either without losing control. No one else ever tried figuring out a way to fully control me. Maybe I need more access to the chakra. Naruto thought to himself. It got easier to access when Erokyofu loosened the seal and I eventually got control over it. Maybe if I can do it again I can get access to more and learn how to control it. Naruto decided to run this thought by someone else when he channeled chakra to his correspondence tattoo with Hamako. His answer came quickly and angrily if the pulsing intensity from his arm was any indication, so stupid. Even if you were advanced enough to deal with the workings of the seal, opening it would be bad. Unless you think you can fight and beat the demon right now. Naruto frowned at the response, but figured she had to know what she was talking about. For over a year her favorite thing to do was ask him questions about, and study the seal on his belly. I can't even loosen it to access more. It's not supposed to be loosened, only tightened in case it ever started influencing you. When Jiraiya-sama did that to allow you more access, he just made it easier for the demon to control you. Hamako returned to him, it doesn't matter. You can't do it on your own even with me instructing you on what to do. You need a certain key to the seal that I can't duplicate. Your father was brilliant, Naruto-sama. Naruto decided to break conversation as they entered Gaara's office. Okay, thank you Hamako-chan. I'll talk to you soon, okay? I am at your service, Naruto-sama. I'll see if Jiraiya-sama knows anything more of your seal when I get the chance. Be safe. With that, their connection was broken just as Naruto stood face to face with Gaara, wearing his Kazekage robes. Naruto, it is good to see you. Gaara said in his usual monotone. You had many people in Konoha and even here fearing for your safety, including myself. He crossed his hands over one another and set them on his desk in a businesslike manner. How have things been? Placing his hands in his pockets, Naruto began to speak to the red-haired fellow Jinchuriki. I wish I could say that things are good, but I'd be lying to you and we don't need that. I just got a serious wake-up call and I need your help, Gaara. Gaara didn't let the surprise show on his face, but hearing Naruto ask for his help caught him off guard. Even though they were friends, hidden villages rarely asked for help from one another. However, Gaara didn't believe that this was an official order. Something more of a personal request, and as long as it didn't put his village in jeopardy he would gladly help Naruto out. What is it that you need? Naruto decided to get straight to the heart of the matter. No need beating around the bush, I'll just say it. 3 years ago you were more or less insane, no offense. None taken. Gaara replied, I am not very proud of that chapter of my life, but it did happen and I cannot simply pretend it didn't exist. Nodding at Gaara's point, Naruto continued, I didn't bring that up to just talk about it, it's just to make a point. You used to be the worst case scenario for a Jinchuriki and now you're the Kazekage. To do that you needed the trust of a vast majority of your village, and to do that you had to prove that you were no longer under the will of the Ichibi. He took a deep breath and finished verbalizing his thought. I want to know how you got full control of Ichibi no Shukaku. Kankuro looked from Naruto to his brother as Gaara simply stared at the foreign blonde before giving him his answer. I can't do that, Naruto. Naruto let out a sigh. Village secret. Fine, that's all right. It was worth a shot. Thanks anyway for at least hearing me out. No, Naruto, he really can't. Kankuro said, stopping him. He's not saying that because it's some huge advantage for Suna, he really can't. The raised eyebrow of Naruto pressed Gaara to address his confusion. I do not have full control of Shukaku. Though I can suppress it once I begin, if I use either of the forms I used against you during the invasion of Konoha, Shukaku's will becomes more dominant and the chance of me causing damage to innocents and those that I intend to keep safe. Now I can use parts of Shukaku's limbs to attack, but I do not have control of my demon. I'd call that control. Naruto replied glumly, and you can go all out with it if you have to, I can't. How did you do it? Gaara thought about it for a moment. The seal that keeps the demon inside of me is more closely knit to my own person than yours is, I would wager. After all, the demon was sealed within me months before I was even born. You told me it was put in you afterwards. It is still a rather foreign entity within you as opposed to me, as it truly always has been there. Naruto nodded in understanding. So how did you beat the Ichibi for control? Gaara closed his eyes thoughtfully. I often had to battle the Ichibi to force it from my psyche, to keep it from constantly trying to influence my thoughts. A deadpan look came over Naruto's face. You're talking about hypothetically fighting it, aren't you? Like willing it out of your mind. Gaara blinked in confusion but nodded nonetheless. Damn, I was talking about literally fighting it. I'm going to have to open the seal and fight the Kyuubi to get full control. An uncomfortable silence settled over the room until Kankuro voiced the thoughts of both him and his brother, and even Naruto's root comrades at the moment. Well, that sucks. Gaara picked up where his brother had so eloquently left off. I am sorry I cannot be of more help to you, Naruto. Why did you even decide to seek me out anyway? Naruto sighed and put his arms up behind his head. For 3 reasons. 1. I can't go home, not as I am. That would be a requiem for an ass-kicking after what I just got through doing. 2. All of the other major hidden villages have their own Jinchuriki. I figured that Suna would be one of the ones that had a good handle on how to train theirs. Clearly I was wrong because you did it all on your own. The 3rd reason was to warn you. Warn me? Gaara said. Warn me of what? Naruto gave him a serious look. Warn you about the man that beat me and Jiraiya at the very same time. Not just beat us, he destroyed us. It was as if he was barely trying. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain. He saw the looks of shock on Gaara and Kankuro's faces at hearing that Jiraiya had been destroyed while Naruto had been there to assist. He has 6 bodies, all of them strong. I don't know too much more, but I swear, when I do you're going to be the first to know, Gaara. You're still just as much a target as me, be prepared. Gaara nodded. I will be, Naruto. I am not the Kazekage for nothing and I will begin training in preparation for an attack from the Akatsuki. You are free to stay here before leaving. Where are you going next? East. Naruto replied, far east, back through High no Kuni. We'll stay the night and leave tomorrow morning. Thank you, Gaara. XXX. After that point, Kankuro led Naruto and company through his own family's lodgings to give them a place to shack up in for the night. Sai moved closer to the blonde leader and spoke, we're going to be heading back through High no Kuni, Naruto-senpai. Is that a good idea? Naruto shrugged, why not? We have to if we're going to get to either Mitsu no Kuni or Kaminari no Kuni. We'll keep to the south to stay far away from Konoha and out of their view. You guys can get through a country unnoticed, can't you? The path taken through the house of the powerful siblings began seeming familiar to Naruto when Kankuro suddenly called out, Temurai. Hey sis, I'm back. He turned with a grin on his face once he saw the wheels in Naruto's head begin to turn. Come on, you've got to be awake by now. I'm up, Kankuro. Temurai replied from behind the door, what's the matter? Nothing's the matter. He said cryptically, I just thought there would be someone out here that you would want to see. He saw Naruto turn around on his heel to run and with a quick movement of his fingertips, tripped Naruto with a chakra string. Ah, déjà vu. The day we met. The puppeteer thought fondly. Kankuro, don't do this. Naruto said swiftly, pulling himself to his feet. I gave you Sasori's extra bodies. That gave the puppeteer some pause, but before he could say anything the door cracked open to reveal the curious face of Tamarai, who looked out at the hall before settling on Naruto. Ah, hey Tamarai-chan. How have you been the last few months? Tamarai's door slowly opened wider, putting the young woman completely in the doorway, where she then put her hands on her hips and waited expectantly. You need to have a damn good excuse as to why you didn't go back to Konoha after what I heard happened to you and Jiraiya-sama. Naruto looked at his team. Go with Kankuro to the room, I'll catch up with you in a minute. He looked at Tamarai. Yes, as a matter of fact I do. Can I come in? I've wanted to talk to you for a while anyway. He said. She smiled at him and moved aside, allowing him to enter her room and close the door. Kankuro shook his head with a smirk and continued leading the two root ninja through his house. I should be pissed about what my sister is going to do to that guy, but I just can't bring myself to hate him. He's just too good of a guy for as long as I've known him. Sai looked at Kankuro. Naruto-senpai and Tamarai-san are in a relationship. Kankuro stroked his chin in thought. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I will say that aside from the climate, the guy is half the reason she likes going to Konoha so much though. One time she came back with the biggest smile on her face that traveling all that way shouldn't have given her, and asking about the kid got a bigger one out of her. Sai's face never changed expressions even when he comprehended what he was being told. So senpai and Tamarai-san are going to? Probably. Kankuro said with a distasteful expression. Could we just not talk about it? Even though I'm okay with it, she's still my sister. It's gross. He looked at both Sai and Maki, like, how would you like it if I started talking about how hot your little sister here is? Come on dude, it's just not appropriate. Sai looked at Maki and then back to Kankuro. I don't see what relation has to do with the attractiveness of one's sibling. Besides, Maki is not my sister, she's my teammate on this mission, same as Naruto-senpai. Kankuro looked at Maki for a moment and turned back forward, shaking his head. No. No, she's not. That girl isn't anything close to being similar to Naruto. Sai gave Kankuro a pleasant smile. Whatever you say, makeup boy. As Kankuro fumed at the fact that Naruto's teammate had a smart-ass attitude, Maki frowned at the thought of Naruto having relations of a physical nature with a foreign kunoichi. What if she's been able to seduce secrets out of senpai? She apparently does this every so often, so why else would she? I need to have a talk with him later about this. She thought determinedly to herself. XXX. The next day, gates of Tsunagakure. Naruto and his two teammates stood at the outskirts of the village as Kankuro and Tamarai stood with them to bid them farewell. Tamarai frowned and gave Naruto a hug. I wish you could stay for longer this time, but with what you told me last night, you're right, you need to keep moving. Yes, I'm sure you wish he could stay. Kankuro said, grinning until Tamarai took her fan off of her back and brandished it threateningly, getting her brother to back off, holding his hands up defensively. When she turned away to leave him alone, he gave thumbs up to Naruto. You see. Every time she's around you she calms down. You should move to Suna. He didn't escape Tamarai's wrath twice, as this time she caught him right on top of the head with her makeshift club. Temrai sneered down at her pleasantly unconscious brother before looking up at Naruto and crew. It was good to have you here again, Naruto-kun. I'll bet it was. Another stomp to her smart Alec brother silenced him and let her continue speaking. You really should be at home in Konoha more often. I don't think any ninja cuts the pace that you do with work. Naruto shifted the sword around on his back. There's a lot for me to do, Temrai-chan. I've got to find a way to put this pain guy down, and I can't do it training in Konoha. Even the new jutsu you helped me finish the last time we were together wouldn't have done a thing. Did you use that? She asked him dangerously, getting Naruto to frantically shake his head. No, good, because you know it tears your arm apart. Just be careful out there. She gave him a small smile. I don't think I can convince you to let me go. Ask Gaara to send you off with an escort, could I? Sai and Maki are more than enough, Temrai-chan. Naruto said, putting a hand on her cheek. It's going to be fine, just worry about keeping Gaara and your tactless brother in line, okay? He gave her a kiss and turned, motioning to the others to follow him. As his figure grew smaller and smaller on the horizon before finally disappearing in the hazy lines of the desert, Temrai let out a sigh that the now standing Kankuro rolled his eyes at. And here we go again with your hangdog look as you watch him leave. For the love of Kami, why don't you just tell the guy that you're in love with him already? You've had sex like 3T. Once again he was cut off with a shot from Temrai's fan, who didn't have her heart in it from the frown on her face. Shut up, Kankuro. XXX. 3 days later, undisclosed location, Orochimaru's base. Sasuke walked into the lab of the base and looked around. Noting that no one was there, he walked over to a massive vat of water that he immediately slashed open with the sword on his person, letting it spill out onto the ground. The water quickly began to take a human form, the form of a teen boy with white hair, purple eyes, and shark-like teeth. Not that I'm not happy to be out of that vat, but what do you want, Sasuke? I'm taking out Orochimaru and you're coming with me. Sasuke said plainly, of course you could always turn me down and I'll put you back in that tank to be experimented on. The choice is yours, Sujitsu. Sujitsu stroked his chin in thought. Go with you and get back at the asshole that put me here in the first place, as well as get the chance to actually start looking for the swords, or stay here and let Orochimaru's favorite ass slave keep poking and prodding at me. He gave Sasuke a toothy grin. Get me some clothes and you've got yourself a running mate for the time being. Sasuke threw him some clothes and began walking away. Hurry up and get dressed. We're doing this now. Sujitsu looked at back of the retreating Uchiha and shrugged before beginning to get dressed, and if you see Kabuto wandering about any time before we get to Orochimaru, feel free to show him how much you appreciated all of the hospitality. Sujitsu let a feral smirk cross his features. I have a feeling that this is going to work out just fine. XXX. With Naruto and company somewhere in Hi-no-Kuni. In the middle of a forest, Naruto stood waiting in place while Sai sat on a tree branch above, using his free time to draw for a little while, as long as he had the time to take a break. Naruto had his eyes scanning the trees around him, trying to find any sign of their third squad member. She's rather good at keeping herself out of view. That's a good trait for a medic nin to have. All right, Maki, now let's see how you fight. The sound of a beautiful voice singing filled the area and quickly reached the ears of Naruto and Sai, who somehow found their eyes starting to grow heavier. Sai quickly noted what was happening and was able to categorize it. Kikoku no Yuta, Song of the Siren. Let's see how Naruto-senpai is able to deal with this. Naruto grit his teeth as he began feeling drowsy. This was the kind of genjutsu that the Kyuubi had trouble dispelling for him the most, ones that had to do with his hearing. Did she know that about him? No one knew that about him. Naruto pulled out his sword and a kunai and began grinding the two blades against one another to produce a horrible noise that broke Maki's control over him. A flurry of shuriken flew from a hidden position and forced Naruto to throw his kunai at them to block as well as use his sword to deflect them. Even so, one still managed to nick his shoulder. Son of a bitch. She can do Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Sneaky wench. A kunai flew from the woods coming straight for his head that he batted from the sky. However, when he moved to swing at it, a glare from the weapon caught him right in the eyes. It didn't initially stun Naruto, but once a figure that he had designated as Maki flew from the underbrush at him, he couldn't focus his eyes on her directly, lest his vision be filled with an intense light that kept him from keeping his eyes on her. Hearing her draw her tanto from the scabbard gave him all of the warning he needed to get his ninjato from his sheath on his back and block before directing a retaliatory swipe at the girl he couldn't look right at. Her genjutsu skills are centered around the parts that I'm not good at dispelling. They aren't so much along the lines of being physical as they're more perceptive. They don't alter reality, they alter my own perspective. Kyuubi can't help me with these. I know how to fight you, Naruto-senpai. That's right, keep talking, sweetie. Naruto thought to himself as he blocked another attack from her sword and shoved her off. Give me an idea of where you are and I'll only need one shot to finish you. I watched you train and work for years. My own style of combat is meant to support your weaknesses. Maki said as she bypassed Naruto's guard after he blocked her slash and punched him in the face. You are more of a juggernaut, meant to destroy your opponents in one shot. I am more subtle. Before she could move in with another slash attempt, she wound up getting kicked right in the body and sent flying by his one-hit power she had been referencing. That's enough, Maki. Naruto said as he walked over to her with his eyes closed. I know what you can do now. And I hope that the you talking to me thing was just because this was a spar and not a real fight. Maki picked herself up and muttered kai to return Naruto's vision to him. Yes, Naruto-senpai, but it was mostly because I know you. Still, habits like that translate over into combat as well. I will work on that. She rubbed the place where Naruto kicked her and winced slightly. It really is good to see you fight more accurately towards the way you used to again. There was a time where I wanted to beat the old Naruto-senpai out of you. Naruto gave her a puzzled look. What? Beat the old me out of me? But you've only seen me like this or when I was en route. Maki shook her head and activated Shao Senjutsu, Mystical Palm Jutsu, to heal the small injury that Naruto inflicted on her while she kept talking. Actually, I've been there all along. When you were sealed, Danzasama had me keep watch over you in the academy. He put me in the same time as you and I even graduated with you. Naruto looked intently at Maki as she smiled up at him after she finished healing herself. Naruto walked around her a few times. I don't remember. Why don't I remember? Because I'm good at my job, senpai. She said, winking at him. I honestly tried to talk to you a few times, but you were obsessed with that Sakura girl all through school and kept getting held back after class, and that's when you weren't skipping. She said with a pronounced scowl on her face. Then Danzasama instructed me not to interact with you. He said that you wouldn't remember us anyway and would talk about it, maybe even to the Hokage. He really started paying attention to you once you were sealed. He put a hand on Maki's shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Well, now I'm here. You can talk to me all you want, okay? Maki gave him a bright smile in response. Naruto-senpai. Sai said as he stood up, we have company. the pale ninja drew his tanto from his back in preparation. Akatsuki? Maki asked, keeping her own tanto at the ready as she went back to back against Naruto, who had his own sword still out. Which one is it? An influx of information from Kichibunshin sentries entered Naruto's head. Not Akatsuki, he said, answering her previous query, but there are around 9. 10, wow, really? There are like 21 of these guys. Sai jumped down and formed a tight triangle formation with the others. Who is it attacking us? If it isn't an agent of Akatsuki, could it be someone from Otogakyo? You have a lot of enemies, Naruto-senpai. Naruto shook his head. Nope, not them either. An explosion echoed into the distance, and now it's not 21 anymore, it's just 17 now. Sai and Maki looked at him for clarification. Kekai Huyin, barrier encampment method. The sounds of people rushing through the forest around them got closer and closer. Get ready for a fight. A bunch of shinobi wearing demon masks, fully armed to the teeth and holding large kunai-like swords emerged all around Naruto, Sai, and Maki. Sai looked around, trying to gauge the current threat level. Who are these people? He asked hypothetically, not expecting to get an answer, especially not from both of his teammates at the same time. Prajna Group. Naruto and Maki both said before looking at each other and nodding in agreement. Naruto decided to take the moment to explain to his hapless third colleague. Yomi and Maki were among the root agents that Danzajiji dispatched to take out a whole regiment of these guys back in the day. Naruto blinked and looked at the female of the team. Damn it, that means we failed that mission, doesn't it? That depends. Maki said thoughtfully, it depends on whether or not these are the last of them or not. If it is, then we can finish the mission right now. Sai understood, so they're here for revenge. To simply kill us or use us to locate Danza-sama. He shook his head. It wouldn't matter anyway. He never comes out into the open, so unless they are willing to infiltrate Konoha to look for him, they'll never find him. Naruto cracked his neck. Yeah, well, tell them that after they are done trying to kill us, and hurry up. I'd like to finish this up and get moving again, and no explosions please. You just used explosives about 2 minutes ago, Naruto-senpai. Maki supplied with a smirk. Naruto looked at the ninja surrounding them with a twitching eye. Maki, I missed you and I love you, so I'm not going to take out my aggression from that unnecessarily snide comment on you. That's what these guys are for. XXX. Undisclosed location, Orochimaru's base. Sasuke and Sujitsu had made their way through Orochimaru's base with no so much as a peep from any of Orochimaru's men, mostly because it was Sasuke, and no one was to touch Sasuke. It was maddening. He wondered how he would have ever gotten stronger if he hadn't been able to force Orochimaru to give him actual missions to test himself with. Sujitsu looked over at the raven-haired Avenger. So are you sure you can win? I mean, I don't care either way, because if this doesn't work, you're going to be a Sasuke trenchcoat for Orochimaru and I'm going to be either dead or back in that vat, but you seem confident. Sasuke scoffed. He can't beat me. He's hiding it, but you can see that his body is breaking down. As he is, the Dobi could take him out. That's probably why he didn't attack him and the Kazekage when we had the chance in Suna. They reached a set of large doors. Stay out here. No one comes in until one of us comes out. Sujitsu looked at him in surprise. Are you sure? I mean, if we were both in there, we could have a better shot at putting him down with less of a fight. Sasuke put his hand up in front of the door and looked at Sujitsu coldly. No one comes in until one of us comes out. If I can't beat him, then all of this is meaningless and I'll never beat Itachi. Sasuke formed a beam of lightning in his hand and pointed it at the door, extending it and piercing through it. He then pulled out his sword and cut through the rest of the door before stepping inside, where he found Orochimaru in his bed, blocking the attack from Sasuke from hitting his vital spots. Orochimaru glared at Sasuke. "I knew it would come to this." Sasuke simply looked at Orochimaru impassively. "I don't have anything else to learn from you. And you won't be seeing any mercy from me, even if you beg for it." His cursed seal began to spread over his body. Sasuke stared at Orochimaru impassively as he held his jutsu puncturing the man's arms that he had placed up as a defense. "Orochimaru, you're weaker than me. There's no point in sacrificing my body to you anymore." Big words from the leftover Uchiha. Orochimaru taunted as he glared dangerously at Sasuke, his own blood staining his face. Sasuke smirked. If I hadn't been so weak I never would have come to you in the first place, now would I? The only reason you wanted me was because you couldn't take Itachi, right, Mr. Sannin? The world might have considered you a genius, but you're nowhere near the level of an Uchiha. Before us, the greatest genius in the universe barely comes off as average. Orochimaru laughed maliciously. "The only thing you're good for are your eyes, boy. If you truly believe that you're my equal, then go back and fight Naruto-kun again and prove your skill." "Oh, that's right, you lost to him once and ran away from him without even fighting the second time." "My eyes hurt," Sasuke said, narrowing his eyes at Orochimaru's jab at him. "As someone that carries the famous name Uchiha, from my point of view your attempts to obtain our power are so disgusting they are almost funny. The way you keep saturating yourself with drugs and switching bodies, your methods are pointless. Do you even have a true goal anymore? You claim to seek the reason behind existence, and yet all you do is make petty attempts to play God with people's lives." He drew his sword. "You sicken me." He moved in at the disabled Orochimaru to finish him off with his blade. However, when he got close, the snake-summoning Shinobi opened his mouth as a long white figure burst from his body that turned out to be a massive white snake comprised of smaller white snakes. Sasuke turned around and faced off with the grotesque figure. "So your true form is a scaly white serpent. You experimented on your own body because you wanted to take over others so badly, and now you're a pathetic shell of your former self." "Sasuke-kun!" Orochimaru hissed threateningly, "Give me your body." He dove at Sasuke as the young Uchiha jumped over his first attack, allowing the bed Orochimaru had been in to be rendered to splinters. Some of the smaller snakes lunged at the airborne Sasuke. However, he cut through them and slid along the ground upon landing, his back against a wall. Orochimaru turned on him with a hiss and sent an entire wave of snakes at Sasuke as an attack. Sasuke immediately pulled the top of his shirt back, freeing his upper body and activated the level 2 transformation of his cursed seal. Though the snake dreams of soaring through the sky, it is forever doomed to crawl on its belly. Sasuke was surrounded and engulfed by the attack as his skin color turned dark brown and the star marking appeared on his face. But immediately upon being overwhelmed, the snakes exploded in blood, revealing the fully transformed Sasuke, complete with his wing-like hands fully grown from his back. "You'll have your chance to fly, snake." In the talons of a hawk, Orochimaru simply lunged at his young quarry once more. "Sasuke! XXX. With Naruto and company. Naruto, Maki, and Sai stood back to back as all of the Shinobi of the Prajna group were radiating killing intent. "So," Naruto said, directing his eyes at Maki, "if me and Sai were to break out of this and get some space away from these guys, could you keep up with us?" "Don't patronize me, senpai," Maki said with some aggravation in her voice. "If you're going to go, then go. I wouldn't be here if I couldn't keep up." With that, all three teams utilized their own Shunshin to escape being boxed in by the enemy. Naruto in a gusty cyclone, Sai in a swirl of ink, and Maki in a burst of light. The Prajna group Shinobi all turned to pursue the split-up force of 3 Root Ninja, however a trio of kunai corralled 4 of them, separating them from their comrades who ran off into the forest to chase the younger opponents who threw the weapons. Raiten, Denkai, lightning release, electric field. A dome of electricity formed around the grounded kunai that trapped the 4 separated Prajna Ninja. Checkmate, Raiten, Denki Hokai, lightning release, electric implosion. The electric prison brightened and began crackling loudly before the entire dome receded, revealing the burned, blackened remains of the 4 men. Naruto appeared from a hiding place and confirmed his kills. You all shouldn't have made that so personal. Missions with more destruction are carried out all the time for stupider reasons. You shouldn't have allowed it to consume you. With as many of you as there were left, you all should have tried to simply live instead of trying to take revenge against us. He stood up shaking his head. Killing us wouldn't have done anything anyway. So long as there is light, erasing shadows will do no good. 4 more down, 13 to go. He took off back into the woods to assist the rest of his team. XXX. With Sai. The 7 Prajna group ninja bearing down on Sai turned their long kunai downwards and leapt through the air, 3 landing in front of him to cut him off, 4 landing behind him, and all impaled him with their kunai. The twisted look of pain on Sai's face began to melt as he turned to ink, revealing himself to be an ink clone. Sumi Nagashi, ink flush. From the ground, ink snakes formed and caught the men around their legs and arms, trapping them from using their kunai to escape. Now then, Chaojua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. A roar from an area of surrounding trees preceded a group of 3 ink lions coming from the woods intent on attacking the trapped men. 2 of them were able to get loose, freeing their arms enough to cut themselves loose, however their comrades were not so lucky, as they wound up being caught and brutally mauled by the lions. 2 men were killed as the lions went right for their throats and ended it there, while the 3rd lion began clawing and biting at the other trapped men, wounding them too heavily to allow them to keep fighting. One of the wounded had the bone of their arm around the elbow exposed from the attack. The 2 able-bodied Prajna group members took advantage of their partners distracting the lions with their own bodies to cut them down. However, this allowed Sai to move from the shadows and cut one of them down with his tanto. The other man angrily attacked Sai with his elongated kunai that was blocked by the pale teen. Die, you root scum! For all of my comrades. He attempted to poke Sai in his vulnerable eyes while they were up close and wound up getting his 2 fingers blocked down the middle by the back knife edge of Sai's hand. You probably don't even feel anything. That's not true. Sai stressed plainly, moving his own hand so that he could grasp a hold of the man's extended fingers and quickly break them, allowing him to power through the man's weaponized attack and cut into the side of the masked man's neck, killing him and dropping him to the ground in a heap. I feel annoyance for having my team be sidetracked by you. With that, he looked back at the men that were still wounded and let out a sigh. They weren't going to be able to get anyone to treat their wounds. One of them had their guts falling out, a belly wound for Kamisake. Sai walked over to them with his tanto still brandished. I am sorry for your misfortune. I would not have killed you had you not attacked my team, but my mission is to protect Naruto-senpai from all threats, and you are threats. He lifted his tanto overhead and began finishing them off. XXX. With Maki. Maki was actually very fast, faster than Sai on foot truthfully. The trouble they had in catching up to her forced the 6 attacking Prajna group members to split up, half to continue the pursuit, the other half to find a way to cut her off. Eventually this plan seemed to work as they found themselves gaining on the girl who looked back over her shoulder at them as she continued to run away through the elevated branches of the woods. A sun glare through the treetops hit them in the face, and almost immediately it appeared that Maki had been rejoined by Naruto and Sai as they were all running side by side in the same direction in front of them. Seeing all three in one place inspired the pursuit team of three to push harder and catch the seemingly slower group all at once, which they did. Attempting to finish them off from behind, all three turned in the air and blocked the strikes before they all fell to the ground and rolled, breaking away to a standoff against each other, 3 on 3 with blades all drawn, staring at each other. Although for some reason the Root kids had looks of fear and confusion on their faces. "What the hell are you doing?" Naruto yelled at them, "What's your problem?" "Our problem is you three brats." One of the Prajna group yelled, "Everything that we've been through is your fault and now you're all going to die out here." With that, the two groups began fighting one another, though one side seemed rather reluctant to do so. XXX. Maki moved back through the foliage as she heard the sounds of the fighting ringing out, "Watashi no Yuujin no Teki, enemy of my friend." Her genjutsu was used to fool the lagging pursuit force into thinking that their faster allies that had broken off and tried chasing her from the side was herself, Naruto, and Sai, allowing her to escape undetected. If everything worked out properly they would kill each other and she wouldn't even need to draw her sword. Maybe she could use this as an opportunity to find Sai and Naruto. Raiten, Kaksen no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Live Wire Jutsu. Visible lines of electricity flew over the ground towards the clashing Prajna group fighters, catching the enchanted members of the group off guard. Something that was also fatal for their other partners as they were in direct contact with them. The jutsu hit them and electrocuted them all, finishing them off as Naruto and Sai landed nearby, and that's 17 of 17. "Maki!" he called out, "That's all of them, you can come out." Maki did as instructed and looked over at the corpses of the deceased assailants. "You could have been more subtle about it, Naruto-senpai," she said, almost pouting at how he finished things off. "I put all of that effort into constructing that genjutsu for them to do damage to themselves and you just swoop in and take them out while they are not looking." She crossed her arms over her chest, no respect for the more restrained shinobi arts. "Same as always." A small smile came to her lips. Naruto shook his head as he confirmed the kills. "Only a root ninja would be able to smile at me after we just got through doing something like this," he said, though a smile of his own started peeking through. "Actually not really, because he's not smiling about anything," he finished, pointing at Sai. "Should we begin traveling faster now, Naruto-senpai?" Sai asked, prepared to draw a bird or two to fly them away, "or would you like to risk being attacked again by random enemies?" Naruto gave Sai a dry look. "Again, we're going all over the High no Kuni countryside to get to the east coast. The entire point of this is to not get caught moving around by anyone so that no one knows where we are. You can fly when we get to the coast, maybe." He looked between Sai and Maki. "Is anyone hurt? Tired? Anything?" Both shook their heads in the negative. "Well then let's get moving again." The team took off through the woods following behind Naruto as Maki eventually decided to ask a question. "So Naruto-senpai, where is it that you want us to head to? Any destination on the coast in particular?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah. We're going to Nami no Kuni since Sai doesn't have the chakra to have his creatures take us all the way across the ocean straight out from here." He furrowed his brow at that point. "Maybe I should call Hamako-chan too. While we're there in Nami no Kuni, there might be something in Uzu Shogakyo that we missed in our combination of bad to worse situations, or something that she wants. Sai almost felt like cringing at the memory of the incident. Are we going to have to fall off of a building into a whirlpool or fight another giant statue and Akatsuki members? He asked. Kami, I hope not. Naruto said in response. Don't even make jokes like that, Saikuhai. It's hard to tell if you're serious or not, and I don't need you jinxing us. Maki raised a delicate eyebrow in interest. I'm going to see your ancestral home. You're actually going to show it to me? Naruto nodded and grinned back at her. Well, you were going to see it eventually if I remained en route, so why not show you now? My life is in your hands and yours is in mine. We should be able to trust each other. He turned back ahead, and continued to lead, and I trust you, Maki, I always did. Grey eyes looked at Naruto's back before a smile came to Maki's face. Before she could say anything to Naruto, Sai abruptly spoke, I trust you as well, Maki-san. Maki blinked in confusion before responding, thank you, Sai-senpai. XXX. Sasuke vs. Orochimaru. Sasuke stood over the bloody, segmented body of Orochimaru's serpent form as he allowed his cursed seal level 2 form to recede. That was too easy. He said to no one in particular, I guess it's time to go get Sujitsu now. As he turned to leave, he doubled over as a sudden foreign feeling entered his system. Finally feeling the effects, are we? Orochimaru said as his body reformed and he rose back up. The fumes of these white snakes can even taint the air with their paralyzing venom. Sasuke took note of the horrid stench that came from the blood staining the floor. I am undying, and you're just a whelp with jutsu too weak to kill me, and now you're mine. He dove at Sasuke and swallowed him whole just as he activated his Sharingan. Instead of finding himself in Orochimaru's stomach, he found himself in some wide area with walls that seemed an eternity away and a fleshy floor. What is this place? An alternate dimension inside of me. Orochimaru said as his form emerged from the flesh-covered floor, and the place where I carry out my soul transfer ritual. It has already begun. Snakes began emerging from the ground and began immersing Sasuke among them. He looked around and saw the bodies of others. Orochimaru grinned victoriously as Sasuke became less and less visible within the fleshy cocoon that his ritual was creating. Sasuke, however, was still as calm as ever, his Sharingan active and seemingly staring a hole right through him. He could feel himself caught in a paralysis genjutsu. It's happening again. Just like before. He thought, getting more and more excited at the prospect of taking Sasuke's body to the point of laughing maniacally. Those eyes will be mine. He moved towards Sasuke and began merging bodies until Sasuke effortlessly broke free of his bonds, still with an impassive look on his face. This can't be happening. I created this dimension, there's no way. This can't be, this is my. Sasuke cut him off coldly. Orochimaru, against my eyes, none of your jutsu. He stopped and let out a short laugh. Actually, you know the rest. After all, you've heard it before. The entire dimension began to collapse around them both. Even Orochimaru himself found himself being eaten away at. I refuse to let this happen. I will not die here. I am Orochimaru. I am immortal. Destined to discover the true meaning behind everything, to take control of everything in the world. He roared at Sasuke as the entire dimension went dark. XXX. The sounds of combat from Orochimaru's room stopped. After a few moments of no sound whatsoever, Sujitsu peeked his head into the room and saw Sasuke standing over the dead corpse of Orochimaru's serpent form. Yo. Is it over? Sasuke didn't answer, and after getting fed up with the silence he walked into the room. not really caring one way or the other. Yeah, it's over. It looks over, he said, stepping over Orochimaru's dead body. Kabuto appeared at the doorway and looking into the room, stunned into silence before Sasuke and Sujitsu left, Sujitsu taking the stunned look on Kabuto's face with much humor. As they began walking away down the hall, he had to ask the question he had running through his head, which one are you? Sasuke and Sujitsu stopped, both turning around with smirks on their faces as Sasuke spoke, which one do you think? Sasuke used his Sharingan to place Kabuto in a genjutsu and replay the scenes of the conflict. Kabuto stepped back in abject horror. Orochimaru-sama is dead. He then looked intently at Sasuke. No, it's more like Dot. I've taken over. Sasuke finished for him as he continued to walk away alongside Sujitsu. Sujitsu had thought about killing Kabuto for keeping him trapped in that tank for so long, but figured that he would be nothing more than a simpering mark on his own. Without Orochimaru, he would be swallowed up by the multiple enemies he had made since becoming Orochimaru's right-hand man. With that in mind, he spoke to Sasuke. So what's next? Where are we going now? We need to get 2 more people. Sasuke answered him, Juago in the north and Karin in the south. Meh. Sujitsu mumbled in complaint, do we have to? I kind of can't stand those 2, I don't think we'll ever get along. Sasuke scoffed and narrowed his eyes, I just need the 3 of you to cooperate. I don't need you to like each other. Sujitsu rolled his eyes, well, you did save me, so I guess if that's what you want I'll go along with it. But why them? What do you think of them? They need to learn how to shut up. Sasuke said plainly, just like someone else I'm speaking to at the moment. Sujitsu laughed slightly before suddenly appearing behind Sasuke with a finger to the side of his head. All right, leader boy, let's get a few things straight. You're not in charge because you took Orochimaru down. Everyone was after him, and the way that they kept moving me when that squad of Konoha and you kept finding us told me that he didn't have that much time left anyway. You taking him down is just a result of you having damn near unlimited free swings at him. You could pick your shot at any time. What's your point? Sasuke asked impatiently. Sujitsu stared at Sasuke, who seemed to not be able to care any less about his predicament. I'm just kidding. Man, your heart rate didn't even change. That's enough for me, that win was no fluke. He stepped away from Sasuke. I've always heard rumors about how strong you were. Your squad beat my old senpai's abuser, didn't they? But can I make a quick detour? There's somewhere I want to go before we get the others. XXX. 2 days later, Konohagakure no Sato. Jiraiya sat comfortably in the living room of Naruto's new home that he had yet to see yet. He had to say, Hamako had actually done a fantastic job in picking it out, and furbishing it as well. It was a very comfortable atmosphere to say the least. Of course, that was probably because the perpetual ball of energy and kinetic motion Naruto was currently out. A semicircle of large couches sat in a pit-like living room that was well lit. There would probably have been way more things than the few knickknacks and things that came from the old apartment, but she was probably waiting on him to get back before filling the place up. Oh, he would have loved the place. It was built on the side of the Hokage Monument Mountain with a groove cut out by Earth Ninjutsu specialists. The entrance to the place was on the top of the mountain and descended to the actual building. He was sure that the vast majority of his bounty check and a few of his A-rank mission payments that he never spent went into the place, but it was worth it to the old toad sage. Maybe when the kid came back he could convince him to let him get a room. Yes, that would work. The kid would have to let his poor old handicapped sensei stay with him, wouldn't he? I hope that the tea is not too strong or hot for your throat, Jiraiya-sama. Hamako called out as she entered the room and set down a tray of tea with 2 cups on the coffee table in front of the couch. How are your injuries? Jiraiya smiled gratefully as the girl poured him a drink. He spoke in a raspy, soft voice, it should be fine. And I'm not dead, so I can't really complain about my wounds, they'll heal. I'll miss the arm though. He fake sniffled, I miss that sweet arm of mine. Hamako giggled and handed him his tea. Well, it's nice to hear that Naruto-sama's sensei is all right. I have asked you here for another reason though. She said as she took a seat nearby, he's worried about fighting the person that defeated both of you. He says that the 4 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra he can draw on won't be enough to beat this pain. I'm supposed to ask you about any way he can find to access more, because he cannot control any more than he currently has been using. She took a sip and narrowed her eyes at him. Also know that loosening his seal is not an answer, that was a terrible idea, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya gave a deadpan look at Hamako, hindsight is 20/20. I knew that roughly a day after I did it, but I couldn't tighten it back up, even with the key. The key? Hamako said in thought as she took another sip. What exactly is the key, Jiraiya-sama? I know that there is one, but I don't know anything more than that. She frowned cutely. It's puzzling that I do not know about this key when Naruto-sama's seal itself is so heavily based off of Uzu Shogakure sealing styles. I cannot duplicate it even if I thought it would be a good idea to do so. Jiraiya chuckled hoarsely with his injured throat and took a sip of his own tea before speaking. Well, I didn't design it, as I'm sure you know. Do you know of Naruto's lineage? Hamako nodded. Of course you do. There's no way he would have failed to mention that to you. Well, Minato was actually better than me at Fuinjutsu. He was closer to your level, beyond you, I would say. Hamako simply smiled at him. Are you admitting I'm better than you? She let out a short laugh when Jiraiya glowered at her. I'm not surprised that Yondaime-sama was better than me. Master's seal is incredible. It used to be my favorite thing to do, to just examine it until I learned all that I could from it. She noticed Jiraiya writing something down in a notebook that suddenly appeared on his lap. Really? You're recording this? Jiraiya nodded with a lecherous grin on his face. The Geiki has been a treasure trove of potential research since the day I've met him. That examining his seal thing has tons of potential in my next book. Hamako's eye twitched, but she had to be a good host to her master's master. Aha, well, what do you surmise we should do? Master's coded description of the small conflict with pain and what you've told me has me somewhat concerned. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. After I've fully recovered, I'm going to find Naruto and have him proceed with the final thing I have to truly teach him. After this he truly will not need me anymore, for anything. We have the information necessary to beat pain. I learned his secret during the fight and gave it to Tsunade. The body I brought has also been analyzed. All there is to do now is to tell Naruto himself and get him ready. He won't lose again. His eyes widened when he saw Hamako pull down the shoulder of one side of her kimono. She ran her fingers over the tattoo she used to communicate with Naruto and looked up at Jiraiya. I can give Naruto-sama this information now if you'll relay it through me. She narrowed her eyes when she noticed Jiraiya leering at her more exposed cleavage. Jiraiya-sama. Ha! He replied intelligently before realizing that he had been caught staring. He regained his composure before speaking. You know, dear, technically you're closer to my age than the Geikis. Why not spend some time with me and we can reminisce over the good old days? He finished, wagging his eyebrows at her. She gave him a dry look that lasted over a minute before speaking. There are so many reasons why I'm upset with what you just said, but there's really not much that I can do to you even with you missing an arm, so I'm telling Naruto-sama you said that and he can deal with you when he gets home. As she began to channel chakra to her seal, she smirked when she saw Jiraiya's face pale. XXX. Nami no Kuni Great Naruto Bridge. Sasuke and Sujitsu stood on the mainland just before getting onto the bridge. It would have been a rush of nostalgia for Sasuke had he not seen what the bridge was called. Actually seeing it made him want to laugh a bit. Sujitsu noticed the young Uchiha staring intently at the name of the bridge and spoke after taking a sip from a bottle of water. So what do you think, Sasuke? Sasuke smirked and walked along the bridge. I don't think I care. Now let's get moving. XXX. Zabuza and Haku's grave site. Two simple unmarked graves were the only indicators of any importance to the area of the hill overlooking the Great Naruto Bridge. One of the graves had a massive cleaver behind it with a circle and a semicircle cut into it. I never thought it would be all the way out here. Sujitsu said as he walked over to the sword and grabbed a hold of it. I'll be taking that, Zabuza-senpai. He freed it from the ground and held it in a battle stance. The blade once wielded by the demon of the mist Zabuza Momokai. Man, it's heavy. Sasuke watched as Sujitsu set it back into the ground and fixed a strap around it and unscrewed the long handle of the sword. And you? Can you actually use that thing? Sujitsu smirked. The swords used by the 7 swordsmen of the mist are passed down from one generation to the next. I trained my ass off to be able to stand among them. With a weapon like this I could probably beat even you. He shrugged and threw it over his back. Well, since Juago's going to be joining us, I figured I might need it. Sasuke had an amused look on his face. Well, let's go. I've got what I came for. We're still going south, right? Yep. Sasuke said as he turned to leave the gravesite. Come on. We've still got a lot of ground to cover. XXX. Nami no Kuni with Naruto, Sai, and Maki. Naruto hadn't stopped in to see Inari, Tazuna, and Tsunami this time around in this country because it was really better that less people knew where he was and how to find him. Thus, Naruto and his fellow route teens simply took to walking their way through the countryside with Naruto leading them. A quick run-through of Uzu Shogakure on the north side of the nation led to them finding nothing and wasting a day, which prompted Naruto to have them hustle to the eastern port, the closest one in the direction of Mitsu no Kuni, so that Sai could fly them there. Of course, the most famous port was the once little town near the home of Tazuna, and this led to Maki having many questions for him. So you beat Zabuza Momokai as a genin? Even as your stupid self? Hey! Naruto said defensively as he and his team walked through the village heading to the port, and Kakashi-sensei beat Zabuza, I beat Haku. For having all of my skills locked up, I was still better than most genin. Not me. Maki replied cheerfully, I would have been in that Chunin exam that year with you two, but my team wasn't that good. She lifted her arm and made a fist at him. If I had been in that Chunin exam, I would have gone right after you because I would have been allowed to legally beat you up. I really disliked the sealed version of you. It made me so angry to see you like that. She shook her head pitifully. I've said it before, you have no idea how much I missed you, senpai. Naruto grinned at her. Sorry for almost dying, Maki-chan. I got sealed, but wouldn't you have been more upset if I had died? She crossed her arms across her chest and looked down. I should have been there, I could have helped you. You would have been killed. Naruto asserted firmly, we were the same age but we were not built the same. You would have died if we had been caught. That run to the border is still the single most difficult thing I have ever done in my entire life. You wouldn't have made it, you didn't have the stamina. I was your support, senpai. Maki said sadly, I was the one that was supposed to be your assistance. I was the only ally you had in the middle of the most terrible conditions a ninja could be sent into, and I was sitting at home while you were running for your life and losing your personality. Sai hadn't said anything, but he knew that if anyone was going to cheer her up and bring some bright surroundings to his team, it was going to be him, because Sai sure as hell wasn't going to do it, even if he had been making a concerted effort in Konoha to get along with Naruto's graduating class and friends. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. I told you already not to worry about that. If me leaving you alone like that was really so lonely for you, I'm sorry, Maki-chan. But you can get to know me now. We can get to be friends now, the way we could have been when we were kids if you would have said more than 5 words at a time to me. Maki turned away from her team leader with a rather sheepish look on her face. I didn't know what to say to you. I was just a little girl, what did we have to talk about? All we did was train and fight and do missions. Naruto laughed at the expression on her face, getting her to blush. Or, someone missed a few emotional conditioning classes, didn't she? Naruto tried to ruffle her hair, prompting her to take a swing at him. Well, I'm helping Sai get a life, and I think that it's going to be way easier to help you get one. You're sweet and actually have a sense of humor that doesn't make me think I'm talking to a brick wall, Sai. He turned towards the teen in question, who didn't seem to even care about the conversation. Sai turned towards Naruto with his forced-looking smile. I'm sorry, senpai, did you say something? Naruto gave him a deadpan look and pointed at him. You do not take personality pointers from Kakashi-sensei. That only works if you have boatloads of charisma to back it up with. You obviously don't. He then let off a sigh. It's a shame that you don't respect your senpai, Sai. I do respect you. Sai said admittedly. Do you want me to go to the mission procedure way of addressing you? Naruto was quick to turn that option down. No. Hell no. Speak the way you want to, this is fine. I was just messing with you, Sai. Sai actually gave him a real smile this time. I was messing with you too, Naruto-senpai. Maki actually laughed a little at the stunned expression on Naruto's face as it morphed into a grin. Did Sai just make a joke? A non-sarcastic, non-biting joke. I'm so proud of my Kuhai. You're actually starting to come along a little bit. He placed an arm over his shoulder and whispered into his ear, now the next step is to attempt to actively hook you up with a woman. Sai simply blinked blankly in confusion. XXX. With Sasuke and Sujitsu seas south of Nami no Kuni. Sasuke and Sujitsu were walking on the surface of the water at a rather leisurely pace for being in the middle of the ocean. Mind if I ask you something? Sujitsu said to Sasuke, a curious tint in his voice. Sasuke shrugged, go for it. Taking that as his cue, Sujitsu threw his question out there, why are you rounding all of us up anyway? Sasuke didn't really see the harm in letting him know what he needed him and the others for, so he answered him, I've got a certain plan I want to carry out. It would be way smoother if I had a full platoon because the targets are notoriously powerful. So why me? Sujitsu wondered. I've been planning this for a long time. Sasuke admitted to his sword-wielding ally, I had you all picked out a long time ago. You all have traits that can help me deal with the most irksome of the opponents I plan on going after. Heh. I got you. Sujitsu said as he took one of the multiple water bottles strapped to himself off for a sip. So why Karen? She's totally devoted to Orochimaru unlike the rest of us. She's the last person I'd try convincing to go along if I were you. We were both experimented on a lot, and plus she's got a shitty attitude. Sasuke looked over at his teammate for the time being. I'll admit that there are plenty of strong shinobi that I could have recruited easily, but she's got unique abilities and I need her help. Sujitsu chuckled as an island came into sight for them both. Well, she's unique, I'll give her that. XXX. With Naruto, Sai, and Maki sees heading towards Mitsu no Kuni. Why are we coming to this country, Naruto-senpai? Maki asked as she held onto Naruto's torso. She and Naruto were riding atop a single of Sai's birds as the artistic ninja himself led the way on his own ride. Do you really think that coming here will help you learn anything about your Baiju? Naruto frowned. It might and it might not. It serves two purposes. I need to keep moving and make it difficult to find me and track me down, and I need to find out what I can about controlling the Kyuubi. He looked back at the girl clinging to him tightly. You know that the Yondaime Mitsukage was Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the Sunbi no Kyodai game, three-tailed giant turtle. Well, he's dead, so now I'm going to try and speak to the Godaime Mitsukage under the guise of my mission of diplomacy. Sai turned around as he continued steering his bird. So this is basically espionage. Naruto shook his head. Hell no, we're not risking that here. We're miles away from home on a damn island, isolated from any potential safe haven by an entire ocean. What's wrong with you? He asked indignantly to Sai, who shrugged and turned back around. We're just going to try to convince them to help us out and maybe even join the alliance against Akatsuki. No spying or any kind of underhand activities. Sometimes being straightforward is the best way to get something. Apparently Kirigakyo had been extremely receptive when Konoha had reached out to them years ago. Naruto himself had never been to the village, as that had been when he had diverted his own destination towards Uzushogakyo and had fought Deidara and Sasori. But the point was, the groundwork had been laid down already for Naruto to attempt to finish building the relationship between the two villages. He was very young, but as the recently revealed Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the student of Jiraiya, and a Jounin level shinobi, he should have had enough prestige to his name to warrant a meeting with the Mitsukage. And if he didn't, then he could always reveal that last little secret of himself that he had yet to expose, but he still couldn't care any less about it. Maybe being the Yondaime Hokage's son would grease the wheels enough to get his foot in the door. He hadn't used his old man's fame since he found out about it, and the people that actually knew about it could be counted on two hands, and they weren't exactly going to shout it from the rooftops themselves. No one in the elemental nations was aware of this yet. Maybe it was time for a little nepotism based from his lineage for once. Politics were a bitch. Why did he want to be Hokage again? Oh yeah, because Danza entrusted it to him, damn it. He was a fighter, not a politician. Tell him to storm a fortress, fine. Tell him to coerce information that could be construed as tightly kept with nothing more than his words and personality. He was going to have a little bit of a harder time with that one. Oh well, at least during his stay he might be able to finish the next thing he was training on. Had he mastered it before his battle against Kanon, he might have been able to finish her off and get to Jiraiya faster, then none of this would have been necessary. If he had to abruptly leave this place, then he knew he could hunker down in Kumogakyo for a while, since the entire village owed him some serious gratitude for how he saved Yujito and beat two invading Akatsuki members in the process. Sai spoke up after hearing Naruto's plan of action. Right, or we can grab a high-ranking Kiri ninja, get the information from him, get Maki-san to make him think the entire interrogation was a dream, put him back where we got him and leave. Naruto rolled his eyes. There are about 7 different problems that could start because of that. the least pressing of which being that we die and the shot of an alliance is screwed forever. Stop thinking like a Black Ops specialist and start thinking like Danzajiji. If I could get over to your bird without falling into the ocean, I would slap you. What do you mean, think like Danza-sama Naruto-senpai? Maki asked him. Naruto smiled, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. We're not going to do that, that's stupid when we could just talk to someone and get the same information that way, minus the torture and prolonged chase across the entire country. Maybe I can sweeten the deal for them too, give them an incentive to help us, a service for another. Danzajiji-style diplomacy. The wheels in Naruto's brain were turning, trying to come up with an argument to allow Kiri to assist them. XXX. With Sasuke and Sujitsu Orochimaru's southern island base. The two young shinobi walked through the halls of the base, a prison where many of Orochimaru's more prominent prospects for experimentation were kept. As they walked, some of the prisoners took note of the clan crest on the back of Sasuke's clothing. That's Sasuke Uchiha, what's he doing here without Orochimaru? The rumor must be true. Another prisoner said excitedly, yeah. He beat Orochimaru and came to free us. A more cynical prisoner shot the man's hopes down, get real you idiot. There's no way Orochimaru is dead. Eventually the two were stopped by a girl their age with red eyes and red hair, one side rather short, pointy and unkempt, the other side long, straight, and combed. She had glasses, a zip-up lavender top with the bottom unzipped to reveal her belly button and short black shorts. She also wore long black thigh-level stockings and sandals. I knew it. She said, "You're alone, Sasuke, so it's true." Sujitsu looked between Sasuke and the girl with an annoyed expression. "Oh, so I guess I'm not here now or something. Anyway, Sasuke's got a proposition for you. Can we sit somewhere and talk? Walking all this way after so long stuck in a tank is murder on the legs, and I don't feel like standing around while you two talk." After she led them to her office and the two travelers were able to take a seat, Sasuke got right to the point. "Come with me, Karen, I need you." "What?" she said in shock. "Why do I need to go anywhere? I'm in charge of this place." Sasuke leaned back in his seat. "Orochimaru is out of the picture now. Who would you be keeping watch of this place for?" Karen frowned. "Well, what's going to happen to all of the prisoners?" Sasuke gestured his head towards Sujitsu. "Sujitsu, go free all of the prisoners." He ignored the look on Karen's face. Sujitsu stood up and walked out of the room, still acting like the boss. "Don't you dare!" Karen shouted at Sujitsu, who was at the door. However, he was ignoring her all the way. "What possible reason would you have to keep them around?" Sasuke asked her. "There's no reason to keep them around." "I still refuse," Karen said vehemently, no willing to budge on the matter at all. "Besides, it's not like I'm under any obligation to follow you around. Why would I even go?" Sasuke let out a sigh. "Fine, if you feel that strongly, then I'll go get someone else." Before he could get up to leave, Karen moved to shut the door as Sujitsu had since left the room. "I'll come," she said, her attitude doing a complete 180 from before. She took off her glasses in front of a confused, but still rather uncaring Sasuke and sat next to him, her face not too far from his. "If you really need my help, I'll go with you." Sasuke turned towards her, and this was brought on how. "You changed your mind pretty quickly. I'm tired of standing guard over this place," she said rather breathily as the sounds of someone turning a locked doorknob let her know that Sujitsu was back. Knowing this, she decided to go for the kill as she leaned her body against Sasuke. "Will you back off, damn it?" Sasuke said as he placed an arm between them. Karen kept trying to scoot closer. Come on, we don't have to take stupid Sujitsu either. All we need is each other. Suddenly the door was slashed open, revealing Sujitsu with Kubakiri Buchao. Come on Sajuk, let's go. Karen clearly doesn't want to go with us. Actually, she changed her mind. Sajuk informed him. I did not. She frantically backpedaled. I just need to go in the same direction you two are going. It's purely coincidental. Once again her change in demeanor forced Sajuk to raise an eyebrow in wonder. Lucky us then. Sujitsu quipped as he placed the large sword of his back onto his back. I guess you'll be with us for a little while then. So that means that Juago is the last one we need to get. Juago. Karen repeated in surprise, you're taking him along too. He's in the North Hideout. I know where he is. Sajuk said as he finally stood up, it's time to go get him. Karen shook her head, you know that if that's where we're going to be dead the second we walk in. I've only seen it on one of Orochimaru's maps. Sujitsu said as they both began following Sajuk outside, is it really that dangerous? Karen placed a hand on her hip, the North Hideout is no ordinary place. It was the main area for Orochimaru's experimentation, it's nothing more than a nest of horrible, unnatural monsters. Sujitsu smirked and took one of his water bottles off, sounds like a blast to me. He said before taking a drink, it doesn't matter what we think about it anyway. Sajuk here's already decided on who he wants and how he's going to get them. We're here, aren't we? Karen shook her head again, I really don't like this. Juago is not a normal person. None of us are normal. Sajuk commented absently, I don't care how off-balanced the guy is as long as he can do his job, and I can assure you he can do his job just fine. XXX. Kirigakyo no Sato Mitsukichi's office. A robed figure sat at the desk in the room as a Kiri ninja knocked and entered. Mitsukichi-sama, there are guests waiting at the main gate. A group of ninja from Konohagakyo are here for what the leader called a diplomatic meeting with you of great importance. What are your orders? A diplomatic group from Konoha. A female's voice said from underneath the robes and hat as a smirk came to a pair of lips covered with dark blue lipstick, and we never even received a message from them this time, how rude. The Mitsukichi let out a small laugh, it doesn't matter. I'll allow them in to see me, just send Ao and Chaojura in just in case. The Kiri ninja bowed to her before leaving the room swiftly, shutting the door behind him and leaving her alone. I wonder what this could be all about. She said to herself as she prepared for a meeting with the foreign shinobi. Naruto and his support, Maki and Sai, sat in a waiting room inside of what Naruto deemed as the building that the office of the Mitsukichi was situated. While they were all being watched like hawks by a squad of Kiri ninja, he couldn't be bothered to be offended or unnerved by that fact. They were strange foreigners who were all shinobi and one of them was a known Jinchuriki. It would be suspicious if they weren't watched at all. Sai was simply drawing to pass the time and Maki was simply sitting patiently with her cheeks in her hands. Maki turned her grey eyes to Naruto and decided to try and engage her captain in a conversation. So Naruto-senpai, what was it like? Having all of your skills sealed away? I couldn't imagine it. She said miserably as she thought about it, you were nothing like the senpai that worked with me after it happened. Naruto looked at his hands and flexed his fists. In the academy I was never able to focus, because I had already learned all of that stuff. My brain knew that I knew all of that stuff already, it just wasn't able to access that knowledge properly and it tuned it out. That's why it was so hard for me to learn the basic ninjutsu in the academy. Well, there was also the fact that I had too much chakra for the bunshin. He noticed her raptly listening to his every word. It isn't really a big deal, Maki-chan. Did you really miss me that much? A frown crossed her face as she turned away from him. You were the only constant I had in my life when I was a little girl, period. Even though you don't think so, I felt really close to you. I knew you better than anyone, even though you don't think you knew me. And then you were gone, and then you come back, only I can't see you, let you know who I am. It felt terrible. You were the only person I knew. You didn't need me anyway. Naruto said confidently as he put a hand on her shoulder, look at you. You turned out to be a great ninja. Even without me there you still became awesome. It was still all you. She said bitterly, I kept training and got stronger so that by the time we became genin I could destroy you in the Chunin exams and see if I could bring the old senpai back. After the exams that led to the invasion, when you unsealed yourself, I kept training so that I could work with you one day after finding out how strong you were and how far ahead of me you still were, but you never came back to Root, and then I learned that you couldn't return. Sai took this moment to cut in. Naruto-senpai's mission and responsibilities kept him from returning, Maki-san. If he had returned, chances are he would have returned to being your partner, but you didn't get promoted to Chunin until Senpai began taking the mission to Sakura Chimru's bases. I had to meet with him in secret until recently. The door to the office opened up to reveal a man with blue hair and an eye patch over his right eye. He had earrings of talismans in each ear and wore striped brown pants and shirt with a long green robe over them. He looked over at the three teens from Konoha and motioned them over. The Mitsukage is ready to see you now. Please follow me. The three young Root ninja all stood and followed him inside of the office where the doors shut behind them. The man that had allowed them entrance took his place on one side of the fully robed Mitsukage. On the other side of the fully concealed figure stood a boy that seemed around the age of the Konoha ninja in attendance. He had short blue hair, glasses, and headphone-looking appendages on his ears. He wore a blue striped shirt and white and black camouflaged pants with a holster across his chest, holding a bandaged sword on his back. Naruto and his entourage bowed to the Mitsukage until a feminine voice spoke. Please rise, Konoha ninja. I'm honestly curious as to why you came all this way unannounced like this, and to be a well-known Jinchuriki. It's quite a surprise to see Naruto Uzumaki here. The Mitsukage removed the hat, actually getting the two visiting males Naruto and Sai to blink. While most people wouldn't have figured their single blinks for much, to Maki that was the equivalent of both of their jaws hitting the floor. I am Mitarumi, the Godame Mitsukage. She's hot. Naruto thought to himself, keeping his game face on and keeping his eyes from wandering lest he start an international incident before he even got to say anything. She's really hot. And she isn't pulling the Tsunade-chan henge either. Naruto stepped forward and bowed to her once again. It's an honor to meet you, Mitsukage-sama. I have to say, it's kind of strange for people to know who am I before I ever meet them. I don't know if I really like it yet. The Mitsukage gave him a pleasant smile. Well, you'll have to get used to it. The stronger you get, the more famous you get. It seems as if Konoha is always producing high-caliber quality shinobi, no matter what age it is, one of peace or strife. The man that had led them into the office scoffed at that, and they send up 3 baby-fast brats for a diplomatic mission. I have to wonder if you 3 even have what it takes to follow through with any arrangement you get into with Mitsukage-sama. Kami knows how flighty you kids are about things like this. Don't waste her time with some spontaneous engagement. Ayo. Mai said, turning to him with a pleasant smile on her face, shut up or I'll kill you. The man went slack-jawed and began to stammer before going silent. Okay. Naruto thought to himself, I'll believe that this is the Mitsukage. I could feel that she was actually serious about that one. Turning back to the three Konoha ninja standing in front of her desk, Mai got back on topic. I'm certain that these three wouldn't be here if they weren't able to carry out whatever purpose they came here with. Now, I was told that you requested an audience with me. What can I do for you? Naruto cleared his throat before finally getting down to the crux of the reason they were there. Well, Mitsukage-sama, I'll just get right to the point. You know that I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Every hidden village should know by now. He got a nod from her. What do you know about the group called Akatsuki? The boy at her side spoke up. That Kaizen-senpai is one of the members, just that fact alone makes them dangerous. Chaojiura is right. Mai said, and then there is the rumor that Akatsuki was created in Kirigakure as well. And I am well aware of their goal of obtaining Baiju for some reason. They have taken the Sanbi and the Rokubi from our nation already. Naruto nodded grimly, so they definitely have the Sanbi, the Rokubi, the Nanabi, the Gobi, and the Yonbi, only 4 of us left now. He said as he mentally broke down the scenario before returning to the conversation. Recently I fought the leader of Akatsuki. A man named Pain. Mai was listening with immersed interest. You fought the leader of the group. This also got the attention of the 2 men in the room slated to protect her. What happened? What can you tell me? Heaving a deep sigh as he remembered his most crushing defeat, Naruto ran a hand through his hair. He destroyed me. He absolutely took me apart and wounded Jiraiya of the Sannin in the process. He beat us both. And I know what they want all of the Baiju for. He looked the Mitsukage in the eye as he recited the next part. The Baiju are to be used as a massive kinjutsu that will be given, sold, or whatever to a village who will use it to attack another. This will go back and forth. People who suffered the attack will fear the power that was used against them for years until the same power becomes available to them, which they'll use in retaliation due to their hatred against the ones that attacked them. And this is how the world will be forever. I don't think I have to tell you what a stupid idea that is. Mai frowned thoughtfully. It was a terrible idea. She knew firsthand due to Kiri's history that fear of power only makes people retaliate violently against the prospect of it being used. That kind of fear is what fanned the flames of the bloodline extermination times. Do you know where this person Pain is? Naruto nodded. Amigakure no Sato. But I'm not strong enough to fight him myself. Jiraiya wasn't strong enough to fight him himself. He has a strange technique and nothing but raw power and skill. I've never come face to face with anyone like him ever. I don't know of anyone that can stand against him, and the shinobi under his command are fanatical. Fighting him in AME is the same thing as fighting pretty much the whole village, and the village is a death trap. I wouldn't fight there again if I could help it. It's not suitable terrain that most of us would be used to. As she mulled over everything that Naruto had just told her, she leveled her gaze on the blonde scar-faced shinobi. So would I be right to assume that you're lobbying for an alliance of sorts to invade Amigakure no Sato and end the Akatsuki threat? Uzumaki-kun. Naruto shook his head. No, we don't have any plans to go to war directly with Amigakure, we just have the issue with Akatsuki. If we can cut off the head, so to speak, then the organization will fall. Unless you actually want to help, I'm not going to suggest that. But we already have a loose alliance against them with Suna and Kumo. And Iwa? She asked, do you have any arrangement with them yet? No. Naruto said, frowning as he remembered the old man that had turned it down. he shot it down as soon as we brought it up after they attacked during the latest Chunin exams held in Suna. He said something like, "These affairs need to be handled domestically." He wasn't open to any kind of communication past what we already had, and then we don't have any reason really as to why you'd join us either. You already lost yours, so unless you want revenge or anything, I don't think you'd want to get into this as well. Mai smiled at Naruto apologetically. "I want to thank you for the information you gave us on Akatsuki and their leader, but you're right. A war or an alliance of this sort right now for no real gain or purpose wouldn't be in Kirigakyo's best interest. I'm sorry." Naruto returned her smile with one of his own. "That's okay. I didn't really expect you guys to just be willing to step into this like that, but maybe there's another way you can help me. If I'm going to be fighting Pain again when he finally decides to come for me himself, I'm going to need to be better than I am. Is there any way that you could point me towards the method that your Jinchuriki used towards getting better control?" Ao sighed. "That would be impossible, kid. Utakata, the last Jinchuriki of the Rokubi, fled from the village and took the secrets of how to control his Baiju with him. We never found him, and apparently he's been captured because the trail had never been as cold as it currently is. A total loss on all fronts then." Naruto said mostly to himself, "You guys don't have anything to help?" Mai answered him, "The only person that could possibly train a Jinchuriki in how to harness their power is another Jinchuriki. Each Baiju is also different. I don't believe any kind of process we had would have been useful for you, Uzumaki-kun. Your Baiju is by far the most dangerous and powerful. Compared to the Kyuubi, the Sunbi and the Rokubi are remarkably docile in nature. I can only imagine what you feel when you begin to use its power." Apparently what she was saying was that each village had their own way to train their own Jinchuriki. Understandable, except for the part where he was never given any damn set way to train his control with the Kyuubi. The only way he had managed to enact and gain more control was to meditate and gain a rapport of sorts with the creature stuck inside of his body. Through years of hard-nosed physical training and mental conditioning, Naruto had tempered his body and spirit to withstand the harmful effects of the Kyuubi's caustic chakra cloak up to a four-tailed level, but this was apparently his glass ceiling of sorts, since he could go no further after 2 years of hard work, and nothing seemed to be able to give him the answer, except for that way. The way Jiraiya told him he would have to use to get complete control. "So I really am going to have to fight the Kyuubi to get full control," he thought to himself grimly. "I guess there's no work around this time." Naruto shook off his bitter thoughts of how nothing he did could ever be easy and bowed to the Mitsukage. "Well, thank you for allowing us to speak with you, Mitsukage-sama. Sorry that in the end we weren't able to get anything done. We'll be on our way at first notice." "Wait a moment," Mai said as Naruto looked up from his bow. "There could be something you could do that would allow us to broker an alliance with Konoha, to prove that you all are trustworthy if nothing else. I'll be sending to your village and informing them of this if you choose to accept." Naruto looked at his team and got a pair of nods from them both. "I assume you all accept." If it could get them another ally against the Akatsuki, then Naruto would at the very least have to listen. A single request could ensure a powerful bond for years to come against a powerful enemy. "If it's something we can do, then we'll hear you out before we decide." "Wonderful," Mai said. "As you are aware, Out Village is famous for housing the 7 most powerful swordsmen in the world. Well, the only sword we have in our possession today is the one held by Chaojiura here, Hiramekaya. I'm well aware of your Team 7 taking on and defeating Zabuza Momokai years ago. Surely you know of what happened to his sword Kubakiri Buchao." Naruto nodded. "It should still be where we left it." We placed it to mark his grave site. No one else but one of our team should know where it is. Do you want me to get it for you? That seemed like a simple enough task for them to do. It belonged to them anyway, and Naruto had already beaten the guy that used it once. It would take training for anyone else to use that weapon. Besides, it was to make an ally out of an entire hidden village. The brightly smiling Mitsukage motioned for the boy standing next to her to come forward. That would be wonderful, and if you could take Chaojiura with you to verify the weapon's authenticity. She looked up at Chaojiura. Can you do that for me please? The boy blushed brightly at her and stammered out a reply. Why yeah, of course Mitsukage-sama, you can count on me. Alright then, we have a deal. Naruto said, looking at his team. We're going back to Nami no Kuni to grab Zabuza's sword for the Mitsukage as a good faith gesture. He turned back towards her and extended his hand. It was nice speaking with you Mitsukage-sama. I hope this begins something great between our villages. He then lowered his hand and bowed. Oh, I'm sorry, trying to shake your hand like I'm a kid. Mai giggled and stood up, pushing Naruto's head up with her finger. That's okay Uzumaki-kun. It's nice to see a shinobi like you that has no problem with foreign ninja. And you didn't even bring up this village's dark past like other diplomats have. I thank you for that. It's no problem. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Now if it'll get our villages in a better relationship, I'll get you Zabuza's old sword back. That's a promise. XXX. Elsewhere, Orochimaru's northern hidden base. Just forget it. A man shouted inside of a prison behind a great iron door. I'm not going with you. The only person that could keep me under control when I had the urge to kill was Kimimaro. I'm not going anywhere without him. Sasuke, Sujitsu and Karen stood outside of the door as the figure from within that was speaking had run inside and shut the door behind himself. Sujitsu spoke up. Kimimaro was from the Kaguya clan, right? Karen nodded. Yeah, he and Juago were Orochimaru's favorite subjects. They stayed here as subjects for human experimentation from the day this place was built. Kimimaro was the only subject I had ever dealt with that I could work on without fear of resistance or violence. And he was so strong. I heard he was the only one that could stop Juago's rampages without getting hurt. Yeah. Sujitsu said before looking over at Sasuke, but isn't he? Juago. Sasuke said to the man behind the door, Kimimaro is dead. He died fighting for my Sake 3 years ago, so that I could escape from a powerful shinobi and continue on my own path. Then that means... There was silence from Juago before the iron door slowly opened and he saw Sasuke standing there staring at him. You're Sasuke Uchiha. He stood for a moment before walking outside of the cell. Juago was a young man that towered over everyone standing there. He had spiky orange hair and wore the prison garb of the others, a plain grey shirt and pants. You said that Kimimaro died fighting against someone for you. Who was this person? XXX. Outside of the base, Sasuke had the 3 people he had amassed systematically standing in a line in front of him. Getting all 3 of you here completes the first part of my plan. It's time I actually explained what I've gathered you all for. I'm going to kill Itachi Uchiha of Akatsuki and I want you all to help. Sujitsu raised his hand. I don't want to stop you while you're on a roll, but I totally knew it. Ignoring her, Sasuke turned to the female of the group. Karen, you said that you had other business to attend to. So what are you going to do? Well, now that you mention it, it's nothing urgent. Karen said, pushing her fingers together shyly. I can deal with it at any time. Cut the bullshit and be honest for once. Sujitsu said before smirking at her. say something more along the lines of, I want to be at Sajuke's side forever and ever. Something like that. Karen defensively snapped at him while adjusting her glasses, that's not it at all. Why would you even suggest something like that? Because I'm right. The young swordsman said, continuing to tease the girl, look at you, you're so flustered you just want to rip my mouth off to keep me from talking right now, don't you? I know the truth anyway. A long time ago you did something to Sajuke. He was cut off when a punch from Karen destroyed his head. Sajuke shook his head, Sujitsu, stop messing with Karen. I told you cooperate with everyone. Sujitsu chuckled as his head reformed from its watery state to normal, my bad. Sorry Karen, but for the record I plan on sticking close to Sajuke here. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Kaizame Hoshigeki, is with Itakai and I plan on taking his sword for myself too. The red-haired girl shook her head, all you're doing is gathering swords. That's so lame. Sujitsu glared over at her, but held his tongue before turning to the largest member of the team, so Juago, now that you're free what are you going to do now? Juago reflected for a moment before talking. Kimimaro said Sajuke's existence was like his own being reborn. Kimimaro sacrificed his life in battle to protect him. I need to see for myself how strong of a shinobi he is for myself, and I need to confront the person strong enough to take Kimimaro down. Well then it's settled. Sajuke said, getting things all centered together, from now on we all move as one, and from now on our group will be known as Hebi. This team only has one purpose, we're to search for Itakai Uchiha, and we will find him by any means necessary. XXX. Nami no Kuni's abuser's grave site. Naruto stood still as a statue with his squad and Chaojuarua with him, staring at the groove in the ground that used to house Zabuza's blade. I know exactly where it is, he said coldly. Only 3 other people besides him knew of this place without a shadow of a doubt, and 2 of them were in Konoha. Neither of them would come all the way out there to take the sword even if they were able to leave. Where? Chaojuara asked him. He had followed them all this way, and Naruto seemed to believe that they would just grab it here and he could return it to the Mitsukage, no sweat. From the way Naruto just spoke it was clear that this wasn't what he had expected and he wasn't happy about the surprise whatsoever. Naruto touched the tattoo on his arm. I got some news from my dear sweet helper Hamako the other day while we were on the ship coming here. Orochimaru is dead. That got a gasp from Maki and a look of surprise from Sai. Apparently Sajuke killed him and freed some prisoners on an island not far from here. That's what Ero Sennin's spies told him and he told Hamako-chan. He was here and he took the sword. Sai moved forward and took a good look at the pair of graves. So what do we do now, Naruto-senpai? Naruto frowned. I made a promise, and I can't just leave the Mitsukage waiting like this. That's bad politics to set a treaty and an alliance to. Naruto shook his head. Okay, we're making a detour. I know exactly what he's going to do and I'm going to go kick his ass and get the sword back. Sai raised an eyebrow at his leader's seemingly gung-ho attitude towards getting this done. He could see his point though. He had made a promise to deliver something to the leader of a powerful nation. This was actually a very precarious situation. Sai now had to start respecting Danza's ability to make politics seem so effortless now. Naruto hadn't done a bad job at all, it was just that now he was backed into a corner because of a circumstance beyond his control, and that was why he was angry. This was supposed to be simple. Sajuke Uchiha beat Orochimaru by himself. Maki said to herself as if she was trying to comprehend the information, Senpai, you're going to go after him after knowing that he could defeat a powerful shinobi like Orochimaru alone? Naruto looked at Maki and smiled at her. It wasn't that she didn't believe in him. It was common knowledge that Orochimaru was a bad man. Jiraiya even believed to the day of his injury that if he and Orochimaru fought, the end result could only have been them killing one another at best for him. But due to the hellish mission that left him sealed 7 years ago, Naruto knew more about Orochimaru's weaknesses than any man alive, a weakness he had shared in the past with those he felt needed to know, Anko, Tenzo when he was on the mission to attack Orochimaru's bases, Jiraiya, and Teiya, so that she could get a laugh out of it. He didn't beat the Orochimaru that got famous throughout years of war and beating the greatest shinobi of his era, Maki-chan. Sasuke beat Orochimaru when he was sick and dying. He needed to switch bodies or he would have been dead very soon, and apparently he was weak enough that Sasuke could put him down without much effort. I could have beaten Orochimaru like that just as easily, and he couldn't take my body either, the Kyuubi would have happily seen to that. A look of understanding came across the raven-haired female's face. So the Uchiha isn't overwhelmingly strong, he's just lucky or he's very good at picking his spots. Either or. Naruto said, but he has to be strong too even to pull that much off since he was able to just waltz on out of there afterwards. He looked towards Chaojiura. I know it's a pain, but if you could return to the Mitsukage and tell her we don't have the sword, but we're going to get it very soon. I promised I'd bring her back one of your village's swords and I plan on doing that. Chaojiura gave Naruto a reassuring smile. I will. And I'm sure she'll understand, the Mitsukage is a very kind person. The swords are national treasures of Kirigakure. If you can return even one, I'm sure she'll be ecstatic to set a treaty with Konoha. Naruto nodded. Tell her to send a message to my Hokage to tell her what's going on and I'll send a message to my helper to do the same. I don't need to keep moving under the radar anymore, as a matter of fact, if Akatsuki can find me that would be all the better now, it would keep me from having to look. Look for what? Sai asked. The person Sasuke's looking for. Naruto said as he started walking away from the gravesite. Sasuke's real target is coincidentally someone that's going to be looking for me once he realizes I'm out and away from Konoha with no real guard since the knowledge of you two is sparse. Itachi Uchiha and his partner Kaizen Hoshigeki. Chaojiura looked at Naruto with slight fear in his eyes. You're going to intentionally look for Kaizen senpai. You do know how strong he is, don't you? Yeah. Naruto said, before he tried to calm the Kiri ninja down, but we're not looking to pick a fight with them, we're going to wait until Sasuke finds them and then I'm going to take Kubakiri Buchao, and maybe Kaizen's sword too afterwards. Besides, you know how important the Sharingan is. We can't just leave Sasuke to roam, Itachi either. If it comes down to it we'll have to take them both out. Sai and Maki nodded before locking eyes and agreeing on the same thought. We need to send a message to Danzasama as well about this. Naruto sighed and shifted the sword on his back as he looked over the two ninja on his team. Are you two ready for this? Sorry, I didn't really want to drag you into any Akatsuki business like this. Sai gave Naruto a smile that actually seemed genuine. Naruto-senpai, anything involving you until you feel you can return to Konoha is our business. Anything that you feel is appropriate is our job to assist you with. Naruto's eyes locked with Maki, who blushed lightly at being looked at so intently by her senior. What Sai-senpai said. Anything that you think we should do, we'll be with you all the way. I won't back down on supporting you so soon after finding you again. She said with the utmost sincerity. I've been working all this time so that you don't have to carry me the way you did when we were kids. I'm not going to let you down. She blinked when she found Naruto's hand atop her head. Good. Naruto said to the most junior member of the team, I know you won't. Now let's go work this out. One Uchiha or another, we're going to have to find and fight one of them. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato Hokage Tower. He's going to what? The yell that echoed through the Hokage Tower was shared by both Tsunade and Sakura, who had been there working in the office with her sensei that day. Tsunade slammed her hands on the desk. Damn it, brat. I think now would be the appropriate time to send Jiraiya out to get him, if he wasn't still working through his injuries. If Jiraiya found himself catching up to Naruto while the boy had actually found Itachi Uchiha or Sasuke and his team, Jiraiya would be hard-pressed to defend himself against them at the moment. He was still getting one-handed seals down for his jutsu. Sakura had a rather hopeful look on her face after hearing the news from Hamako. Naruto's going to look for Sasuke-kun. Hamako nodded. Sasuke or Itachi. Whichever one he believes it will be easier to locate. He says that it doesn't matter if anyone can find him now, but he said that if anyone plans on searching for him, make sure that they can take care of themselves. He said he doesn't feel like being a hero and getting himself killed over someone meant to protect him. Sakura looked over from the girl that had deemed herself as Naruto's servant to Tsunade. Tsunade Shishao, I have to go. If Naruto can find Sasuke-kun, then this is a chance to bring him back, isn't it? Tsunade didn't answer, she just looked over at Hamako, who was using her tattoo to speak with Naruto through their code. He says he's very, very confident that he can find either one of them. And if he can get Itachi, it would only be a matter of time before Sasuke came for his brother if he didn't get Sasuke first. And he's doing this because... Tsunade asked the white-haired girl, is this an opportunity that he sees, or is it because of something else? Hamako smiled wryly at the Hokage. Honestly, it's more of a three birds with one stone kind of thing, for if he plays his cards right. She walked over to the Hokage's side. Naruto-sama is an opportunist. He's an opportunist that takes advantage of the tiniest opening that the world gives him, and he attacks it with enough crushing force to make it work for him. Sakura frowned as she tried to put together what Hamako was talking about. I'm not sure I follow you. A small laugh came from Hamako as she thought of a way to explain things. Okay, Naruto-sama can't come back to Konoha because he believes that if he is here the village will be attacked sooner or later. While he's been gone, he's been trying to find a way to get better control of the Kyuubi. He's been trying to strengthen and set up new alliances for Konoha, and now he's going after two of the most important Nukenin in Konoha, as well as attempting to obtain one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Swords to solidify a relationship with Kiri. And you know he's been training too. Tsunade's eyes widened as she remembered hearing reports about how Naruto had taken to training, and she had also experienced how he trained firsthand in Suna. A smirk came to her face. So tell me if there's been any significant improvement since the last time we've heard from him. Hamako began to walk out of the room and stopped at the door. He says that it's done. It's been done since before he fought Pain, it just damages his arm too much to use. I need to tell this to Jiraiya-sama as well now. Goodbye Hokage-sama, Sakura-san. And Naruto-sama says, hello Tsunade-ba-chan. She said with a giggle as she saw Tsunade. As Hamako then left the office in a poised and elegant fashion, Sakura turned to Tsunade. So what do we do now, Tsunade Shishao? Are we going to go find Naruto now? Tsunade thought about it for a moment before coming to a decision on the matter. She had been uneasy about allowing Naruto to roam from the start, but now that he was about to stir up a hornet's nest of attention, it was best that there were allies somewhere around him when it all started going down. Get me Kakashi. He's not going with Jiraiya, but tell him he's going to need to get a team together that should be ready to move quickly once he gives Hamako his general location, and tell him what it's for. And make sure to assert the fact that you're going with him no matter what, Sakura. She said with a smile. Kakashi won't be that hard to convince if you're adamant about it. Sakura returned the smile to the female Hokage. Yes, Shishao. She said before eagerly setting out to find the old sensei of the now fractured Team 7. XXX. Undisclosed location. Inside of a cave, Deidara stood up shaking himself out after the sealing of yet another Baiju that had been captured by Akatsuki. So let's see. What's next? Should I go after that Kyuubi Jinchuriki brat that I owe a receipt to, or should I go after that Sasuke Uchiha kid for taking away my shot at Orochimaru? A man wearing an Akatsuki cloak and an orange spiral mask stood up and chimed in at that point. Why would you want to go after the guy that beat you down so bad last time and killed my predecessor Deidara-senpai? He seems like he would be scary strong. He didn't beat me down badly, Toby. Deidara said with a slight growl in his voice, and it's because he beat Sasori no Dana that I want to fight him and the guy that was with him, the artist. He shouldn't be too difficult to find. After his failed little mission against Leader Soma, we know a few places where he isn't. XXX. Southern area of Hai no Kuni. After being flown from Nami no Kuni by Sai and departing from Chaojura to allow the young man to send word to the Mitsukage about the current plan of action, Naruto, Sai, and Maki found themselves in a small safe house hidden in a deeply forested area of a rather remote part of the country in the dark of night. So, Maki started as the small fire in the single room in the center of the house kept the trio warm and moderately comfortable. Do you think we'll be able to find one group or the other easily enough? Sai nodded, yes. When we were in Nami no Kuni we were able to get news that Sasuke Uchiha and a companion were sighted heading south towards the coast. Then we heard from some prisoners that had been freed from Orochimaru's southern island base that he had gone north. We need to start heading towards the center of the country. Naruto looked over at the deeply pale-skinned root operative across the fire. Why do you say that, Sai? Naruto asked, honestly wanting to know why Sai felt this way. Wouldn't he want to go further away from the village he left than hang around it? Sai smiled and wagged his finger at the commander of the squad. It may not be my specific specialty, but I'm better at tracking than both of you, and the thing about tracking is to know your target. Itachi Uchiha was slated to be the one sent after you for the same reason that Sasuke will stay around this country for the time being. Especially if he's looking for Itachi. The Uchiha clan had a number of hideouts and strongholds in Hai no Kuni. A smirk came to Naruto's face, so he'll stay here since there are so many places for him to base his search off of. Maki looked between the two who seemed to be on the same page. Naruto-senpai, what do you know about Sasuke Uchiha? I only know what everyone knows from when he was in the academy, which is nothing relevant. Naruto took on a thoughtful pose as he tried to explain his view on who Sasuke was. Well, he's angry. I don't really blame him after what happened to his clan. But he's got a lot of darkness in him. More than all of us, I would say. As of now, I'd say he still has morals and he is still redeemable. That's why I didn't shoot down Sakura's dreams of bringing him back after he left. But his mind isn't right, and the second that things break down around him, he'll go off the deep end. Naruto then muttered lowly with an angry look on his face, and he'll take a good chunk of the world with him. At first I wanted to kill him, because if Orochimaru got his body we would all be screwed, but now I might be able to drag him home alive. I will still kill him though if I have to, those eyes of his are too dangerous to be left to roam. Maki and Sai nodded in agreement. The Sharingan was the single most dangerous eye-based Kekkei Genkai in all of the ninja world. Everyone knew it, there was no need to deny it, everyone was aware of the simple fact that the Sharingan could turn a mediocre shinobi into a high-level force. Danza had drilled them endlessly on the Sharingan after Itachi Uchiha went rogue. It was required learning for all of Root. Raising her hand, Maki spoke softly to the others, well then I think I'll be next to useless against either Sasuke or Itachi. My strongest suit is Genjutsu, and nothing I have is really that good to go up against the Sharingan, especially Itachi's Tsukuyomi. That's okay. Naruto said, I'll be fighting whichever Uchiha we come up against myself. I need you two to be able to neutralize either Itachi or Sasuke's escort. He then heaved a deep sigh, I am going to hate fighting either of them, but I can't make you two do it. Maki moved over to Naruto with a worried look on her face, Senpai you aren't the best at Genjutsu, and the Sharingan is kind of going to be you coming face to face with your Achilles heel so to speak. Yeah. Naruto said with a humorless smile, I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to work that one out yet. But I know I can beat Sasuke or Itachi. I've beaten Sasuke before and I've only gotten stronger, and I'm not nearly as weak as I was when I last met Itachi. Don't you worry about me Maki-chan. I've got a few new aces for them, even though we've been moving all over I never stopped training. Don't you underestimate the power of those wicked eyes boy. The Kyuubi warned Naruto suddenly, if you're going to fight the older brother, even the younger one, you do not activate my power, do you understand? You're going to be stingy at a time like this. Naruto questioned his demonic tenant, I know you're pissed about the fight with Pain in AME, but I'm about to possibly go toe-to-toe with one of the stories that Danza told me when I was a kid to try to scare me shitless, Itachi Uchiha, and you're telling me that you're not going to help. Shut up boy. The Kyuubi snapped back in return, getting Naruto to visibly cringe, alarming his teammates, you will shut up, and you will listen to me. If you fight the elder Uchiha and use my chakra you will be more susceptible to falling under their influence. I have been remiss to tell you this in the past, but I have been under the control of those with that wretched eye before. Madara Uchiha, the patriarch of the clan in your village. Naruto listened to the short explanation of Kyuubi's past with Madara Uchiha and his battle against the Shudame Hokage, which led to his sealing inside of Naruto's ancestor Mito Uzumaki. He finally addressed his team after hearing everything and the Kyuubi went silent, apparently, I'm screwed against Sharingan-based Genjutsu because of the Kyuubi. I can't use its chakra and make eye contact or I'm as good as done, even against Sasuke. It looks like I need to find a workaround. And until then? Sai asked, we can't just stay here for too long. If we're to hunt after the Uchiha then we need to move soon. Nothing's changed you guys. Naruto said, assuaging Sai's fears to losing a trail, we're still going after them. We still have to. I just have to come up with something on the fly to fight them. And I can't use the Kyuubi, but then I wasn't really planning on that anyway. He then narrowed his eyes, and now my crack team of Kichibunshin sentries have an intruder. All drawing their respective swords, the team left the house to engage whoever it was that was trespassing. Once they were outside they kept their eyes on the darkened wilderness as Sai tried to get some more information. Who is it senpai? I don't know. Naruto responded, whoever it is, they are taking my Kichibunshin down before they can be identified, but the trail they are moving in is coming this way. Naruto stepped forward, his heirloom sword at the ready to fight. Whoever you are, you can either leave now or we'll just put you down here. Naruto-kun, is that any way to greet someone you haven't seen in so long? A hooded Kabuto emerged from the shadows, moving towards Naruto and his group. I thought we were friends. Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto said, not relinquishing his stance in case of aggression. I should probably kill you to mop up any last dregs of leadership to Orochimaru's forces here and now. It would save me the trouble of hunting you later, or having Anko do it, but you're here for a reason. What do you want? Kabuto smirked at Naruto through his hood. To help you out. You're searching for Sasuke Uchiha. I want Sasuke Uchiha dead. He destroyed Orochimaru-sama, the only person that I've ever respected completely in this world of ours. And I should shake his hand for that reason. Naruto said, interrupting Kabuto, you're really not convincing me to stay my blade. Kabuto, get to the reason you're here already. You can't beat Sasuke-kun. Kabuto said, laughing slightly, getting Maki to bristle at how he was trying to belittle Naruto like this. No matter how good you are, Sasuke-kun can match anything you're capable of, and of course he has the Sharingan. You know you can't beat him, and yet I hear you're going after him and attack. Death wish maybe. That should be what I'm asking you. Naruto said carefully, you know that I'm here and you came here anyway. I don't know how you found me, I don't know how you found out what I'm after. And I don't know how you think insulting me and trying to get into my head is going to end well for you, but if this is the only reason you're here, I might as well make your trip worth someone's while and kill you. I didn't come to fight you, Naruto-kun. Kabuto said, as he slowly walked forward, I came here to offer you the same thing that Orochimaru offered your first benefactor so many years ago. Danzo Shimura's greatest treasure and power. Of course this was before he attempted to betray us by sending you into our base afterwards. Do you know what I'm talking about? Not really surprising. Naruto thought to himself as he kept his eyes firmly on Kabuto. Danzo always was a pretty underhand dealer and had reputations over his backdoor agreements with others, and Orochimaru was our enemy. Of course he sent me in after getting whatever he wanted from him. I probably destroyed whatever he got when I ran away from Oto. He then spoke up, not really, but why make a deal with me when you know I can just kill you here? Do you really think that anything you have can keep me from wanting to extract my pound of flesh from you, spy? You don't have enough leverage in the world to get me to grant you any kind of amnesty. Kabuto chuckled slightly, I know that. You know everything about Akatsuki, I know, and everything about Otogakyo's forces have been splintered and fractured upon Orochimaru-sama's death. All you have to do about them is cut off the loose ends. I'm not going back to them, however, there's no more reason. I've simply come to give you something I've kept since Orochimaru's run-in with Danzo 8 years ago, and probably the real reason he sent you in to infiltrate. Kabuto reached into his cloak and pulled something out. The shock and surprise on the faces of all three routines couldn't have been covered up. How? Naruto said in disbelief, how could you? Why did you? If Orochimaru had this, then why did he? In Kabuto's hand was a jar containing a preserved Sharingan. Kabuto set the jar on the ground, surprised. I see. This is something left over from the surgery I did on Danzo years ago. I never showed this to Orochimaru-sama. If he had known of this, he would have tried to implant it into his body. The risks were too great for me to do so, but he wouldn't have cared, which is why I kept it from him and why he pursued Sasuke-kun so intently. But that risk wouldn't have as great of an effect on you, Naruto, if it would affect you at all. Naruto's eyes widened as he remembered someone else rather close to him with a Sharingan and realized what Kabuto was talking about. Are you telling me that you want me to? I didn't tell you anything, Naruto-kun. Kabuto said as if he had won a game of wits or something of the sort. I merely made a suggestion to you. It's up to you what you do with this. I'm simply providing the goods. I can't tell the recipient what to do once the goods are in their possession. Just make sure that Sasuke-kun suffers if you see him, and thank you. Naruto found a reason to look up from the Sharingan eye on the ground as he watched Kabuto slink away into the shadow of the trees. You're thanking me. For what? Kabuto's voice was still clear as day as he stopped just short of completely shrouding his body in the dark. Because watching the way you've found your own place in the world has inspired me, Naruto-kun. The Jinchuriki, the former pawn of Root, the former dead last idiot. And here you are now, in control of your own destiny and on the fast track to the top of the Shinobi world. You and me aren't so different, we both just wanted to know who we were, what we were meant to do in this life, and I've finally found out what I'm to do. He pulled his hood down. I'm going to surpass Orochimaru-sama, and I'm starting by integrating his remains into my body. Maki flinched as she saw the left side of Kabuto's face and his left arm. The arm was white and scaly and his left eye resembled Orochimaru's. How? Why would you do something like that to yourself? I couldn't imagine. Kabuto laughed at her question. Orochimaru-sama was a living symbol of reincarnation, and now he lives on inside of me, as a reminder of who I must surpass. Another laugh came from him as he looked at his own new features. Still, I can feel the remains trying to take over my body even as we speak. He then slipped back into the darkness. I'm counting on you, Naruto-kun. Consider this a gesture of good faith between two representatives of the future. In a matter of seconds, Kabuto's presence was gone and the attention of all three remaining ninja went back to the jar on the ground. Naruto walked forward and picked it up. Danzajiji and I need to have another talk about a lot of things. A lot of things. He pulled out a sealing scroll and opened it, setting it on the open scroll to seal it up for storage and safety. Until then. Naruto-senpai. Maki said, keeping him from putting the Sharingan eye away. I can examine the eye for you to see if anything is wrong with it. I'm very skilled medically. In fact. She started sounding nervous as she continued to talk. If you want me to, I can implant the eye for you. She said lowly. You should think about it if nothing else. It could give you just what you need as an edge against either of the Uchiha brothers. And with the sheer amount of raw chakra that you have, there wouldn't be any non-Uchiha blooded user that could do the things you could with training. Even without training. Is she right? Naruto thought to himself, a Sharingan. Danzajiji has one apparently. The Kyuubi said that the Sharingan was able to enact control over it. There are so many reasons why I should do it. Plus the fact that I actually can get away with it. No one in Konoha has seen my injuries from fighting pain. I'll keep it covered just like Kakashi-sensei does. But is it the right thing to do? Sai moved towards Naruto, who had been as still as a statue since Maki spoke to him about implanting the eye, and put a hand on his shoulder, getting Naruto to look at him instead of down at the eye on the sealing scroll. Naruto-senpai, are you okay? Naruto's eyes panned from Sai to down at the Sharingan eye as he finally sealed it in the scroll, rolled it up, and placed it in his pocket. Everyone get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a very, very busy day. It's time to get moving soon. He said as he went back inside of the house, only stopping to make more Kichibunshin to replace the sentries that had been dispelled prior to meeting Kabuto. Sai watched his back as he retreated inside. Maki did as well with a worried look on her face. She turned towards Sai. Did I say something wrong? Is he angry at me, Sai-senpai? I just thought that it would help. If he had the Sharingan he would be so powerful, he knows that too. Yes he does. Sai nodded as he walked towards the door, and he's not mad at you. He knows how good he would be with the Sharingan, but there are moral reasons along with all kinds of other reasons as to why he's hesitant. Maki-san. Just give him some time. The ideas in his head are swimming right now, along with everything else he's dealing with at the moment. Eventually too much is too much, for anyone. He needs time to rest and think. The two underling roots Shinobi went inside and saw Naruto sitting against the far wall just staring into space. Sai went off to prepare his sleeping arrangements for the night and Maki walked over to Naruto, plopping down next to him closely. She just sat quietly next to him as he kept looking off away at nothing. Maki eventually turned towards him and began to speak. You know you were my hero when I just started en route. I was an orphan like you, and you were so strong. I could never match anything you did, you were the best of our age, even a ton of the adults were wary of you. At first I didn't understand why Danza-sama made me your partner and I kind of resented you for it. And when you would try to talk to me I thought you were trying to be condescending. That's why I never said anything more than I had to. Naruto snorted in amusement but kept quiet as he still remained with his eyes staring ahead at nothing in particular. Maki took his silence as a sign to continue, but I did wind up caring for you. How could I not? You ended up saving me and getting hurt so many times because I couldn't fight. When we went with all of the others and took out the Prajna group you got so hurt. She put a hand on his arm. I looked at the scars on your body when I patched you up after we got you out of AME, most of them are because of me, because I was weak. But the point is, you were always right, and everything you ever told me to do as my senpai and as a ninja ended up being for the best, and the right thing to do. Naruto turned his head towards her. This is kind of different Maki-chan. I'm thinking of taking out my own eye and replacing it with the eye of a dead man from a near-extinct clan, solely for the ability to win one fight. This is pretty huge, and there's no right answer here. Either way bad things are going to happen and I'm trying to think of whether or not it's worth it. The point is, I know that whatever you decide to do is going to be the right thing, for you, us, and everyone in Konoha. She smiled at him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. You're Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto let off a small laugh, and just what did I do to make you believe in me so much Maki-chan? Maki pulled her knees to her chest. You don't have the time to hear all of my reasons senpai. Naruto gestured for her to continue speaking. Well go ahead and try me. We've got all night, I'm not going to sleep with all of this stuff on my brain. Maybe you can calm me down. Come on. He said to her considerately, I'm pretty sure I could use the company right now. In the rather dark underground bunker of the Konoha-based root hideout, the training of a young operative could be seen taking place. Though it was a very subtle practice, it was still clear from the sweat dripping down the boy's face that he was hard at work. Come on. Naruto thought to himself as he stared intensely at the leaf in his hand, just split the leaf. It can't be as hard as Danzajiji made it sound. He isn't going to teach you any more wind jutsu until you can do this. Naruto kept focusing on the leaf as hard as he possibly could. Thinner, sharper, separate your chakra into two and grind them together. He then felt eyes on his from across the room and noticed that his masked partner Maki had stopped training with hand seal speed to stare at him working on his elemental training. Focus kit. Kyuubi rumbled in his mind. It had been around a year since Naruto had first met with the Kyuubi, and while the fox was rather ornery and ill-tempered more often than not, he surmised that things could have been worse. Danza wanted him to establish a rapport of sorts with the demon before he could actively begin trying to train with the chakra, and in order to establish a relationship of sorts Naruto went ahead and came to a series of compromises with the massive being. One was that it would be aware of Naruto's surroundings and could actively communicate with him, which it did from time to time. So your partner wants to watch you train, who cares? You are working on a rather high-level task at the moment. It must seem rather impressive. Yeah, right. Naruto said mentally as he tried to get back to cutting the leaf in his hand with his chakra. I would agree with you if Maki ever said more than one sentence to me a day. Does the guy really hate me that much? I hate you that much. Kyuubi said to him in a helpful tone. You hate everyone that much? Naruto replied dryly, if I have to hear how you would eat Minato Namikaze and shove those Hiraishin kunai of his up his ass again, I swear I'm going to mute you. I'm busy. I suppose you have a point. Kyuubi replied with a heavy sigh, after all, I don't want my container to be so weak that taking over his body would be child's play, no pun intended. The Kyuubi whipped its tails around inside of its destroyed Konoha mindscape. I expect a challenge out of you when the time comes. Whatever. Naruto thought to the beast inside of him, Danzajiji gave me this exercise to complete. It's been 3 months since he told me to do it. I will finish it even if I black out trying. He then returned his focus to his work at hand. Come on, grind the chakra together, sharper, thinner. Gasp asterisk. Naruto turned around when he heard Maki gasp. Looking back at his leaf he saw what had prompted that uncharacteristic outburst. He had actually cut it the way he had been trying to for months prior to this. A smile came to the boy's face that he quickly rid himself of as he picked up another leaf and proved that it wasn't a fluke by cutting that one as well, and again, each time faster than the last. After repeating the process 12 times he finally turned to Maki, who turned away from him and continued working on hand seals. Maki. Naruto said, not getting a response at first. Maki. He said louder this time, finally getting the plain masked shinobi to turn around. I'm going to go tell Danzajiji that I finished the exercise he gave me. Do you want to spar with swords when we get back? You need to get more melee training anyway. Maki simply stared at him from behind the white mask before looking away slightly and nodding. Naruto rolled his eyes. I wish you weren't so weird that you won't talk to me, Maki. It gets boring in here with no one to talk to. We're too old for emotional conditioning anyway, so they can't do anything to us anyway. He moved closer and tried to look through Maki's mask's eye holes. They didn't break you like everybody else, did they? Maki didn't give him a reply. Fine. He said in defeat as he left the room. Time to get back to work. I'll be back in a minute and then we can fight. Maki simply watched his back as he left before turning to the pile of leaves he had been working with. Picking one up, Maki tried to recreate what Naruto did, only succeeding in pushing plain chakra through it. Why are you so strong, senpai? You make the rest of us look so weak. End flashback. Naruto, still sitting against the wall of their safe house with Maki, looked at her strangely. That's it. That's why you believe in me so much, because I split a leaf when I was 7. No, Naruto-senpai. Maki said rather irritably before settling down, it's because you were always the best, you were always 10 steps ahead of every single one of us, and it never seemed like you could fail at anything. And even when you did, you always got up and did it anyway, as if you were trying to stick it to the world or something. Naruto looked at Maki before sighing. I felt that way because of how people treated me, Maki-chan. Maki tilted her head in confusion. I lived outside of the hideouts and bases Maki. I had to keep up appearances around Konoha so that the Sundame wouldn't know what I was doing. Well, I had to interact with people too, and I learned really quickly that no one believed in me. He looked at his hands before clinching them into fists. I could beat the shit out of a genin when I was 6, I was going on missions that they wouldn't see for a year at least when I was 6, but no one thought anything of me. To them I was a nuisance, a waste of space. They thought I was a nobody, and I couldn't show them that I wasn't. So why did you work so hard? Maki wondered. She had been asking herself that for years. Because there was one person who believed in me. Naruto said, Danzajiji believed in me. And I know that I was just a pawn to him, just a piece in the overall game that was keeping Konoha safe and strong, but he never sugarcoated it and tried to manipulate me. All I wanted was for someone to know that I was a good ninja, and he knew that I was by the time that I was sealed. That was why I fought Maki-chan, because he believed in me enough to train me, enough to give me the ninjutsu that I still use today, enough to put me in charge of you even though we were both just kids. I understand. Maki said, grabbing a hold of his hand, that's kind of why I worked so hard too. She said with a smile, I wanted you to believe in me the way I believed in you. I wanted to be of use to you. You were the only person I knew, senpai. And I didn't want to be as much of a burden as I was when I was assigned to be your partner. I almost got you killed so many times. You were 6 years old and my trainee. He reasoned to her while thinking to himself about something he had never questioned back when it happened. Why the hell did Danza give me a damn trainee that was my age when we were both kids? Were his forces that depleted? You were 7, and the most dangerous of our generation by far. No one else even came close at the time. She replied, I couldn't even beat a regular genin when I was 6. But when you left for that year I had never trained so hard before in my life. I was going to challenge you to a spar when you came back and surprise you, and then we could have been friends the way I always wanted to be once I knew that I was close to your level. She let out a small laugh. Honestly, you scared me when we were kids, senpai. How the fuck did I scare you? Naruto asked her incredulously. I didn't scare anybody, not even the people I was meant to kill. Yeah. Maki said, and then you killed them, and it didn't matter what they thought of you anymore. Do I need to bring up the textbook clusterfuck that we both know as simply Kuminari no Kuni again as reference? She said as she started to explain, a lone noble's manor on the top of an isolated mountain. You go in alone to retrieve a Kumo Higetsu scroll and reparations that were part of an ongoing operation to take monetary compensation that Konoha wasn't given for the Hyuga incident. You get caught by the lord of the manor himself and you fight your way out through over 50 armed samurai and leave not a single one of them alive. She gave him a deadpan look with her cloudy grey eyes. I watched you do it first and through binoculars, but I still saw it all. It was scary. You were a very scary person, Naruto-senpai. Were? Naruto asked, raising his scarred eyebrow. When you left I missed you more than I was scared of you. Maki said softly before narrowing her eyes, and then when I first saw you again I don't think I was ever so angry in my entire life. I saw red. All I wanted to do was beat the hell out of you. The only reason I didn't was because I was enrolled in the academy under Danza-sama's influence and backing, and if I had gotten in trouble it would have reflected on him and I would have been punished. Flashback Naruto age 8. Iruka stood at the front of the classroom going over a lecture on the board, and that's the principle behind the ranking system in the hidden villages. Some villages may have special squads and whatnot, but every ninja is labeled with these rankings. He looked around to find that everyone in the class was paying rapt attention and writing down notes on what he had written and had been saying, with the exception of one sleeping little blonde boy. With a tick mark formed on his head, Iruka broke off a small piece of chalk in his hand. Maki, sitting not far at all from Naruto, 1 row back and 4 seats down, clenched her fists under the desk as she watched Iruka toss the chalk up and down in his hand. You aren't going to let him do this, are you, senpai? Wake up. Catch it. Let him know you're not really sleeping. For Kamisake, throw something at him when he throws it at you, do something. Wake up, Naruto. Iruka yelled as he let fly with the chalk, bouncing it off of the forehead of the sleeping whiskered boy. Naruto's head snapped up as he looked around in a confused manner. Welcome back, glad you could join us. Now could you please tell me what you'll be ranked in the ninja system after you graduate the academy? Naruto grinned widely and spoke up loudly, Hokage, of course. I'm going right to the top, Iruka-sensei, what else would I be? The exuberant little boy was confused at the snickers and whispers of the other children around him. What? I will be. You have to be a genin first, Naruto. Iruka said, shaking his head at the boy, honestly. This stuff is important. Please stay awake in class, I'm teaching you all of these things for a reason. Naruto tilted his head. What? I don't get it, Iruka-sensei, how can any of this help us when it's time to kick ass? Watch your mouth. The Chunin teacher warned him. And being a ninja isn't just about kicking ass. There's a time and a place for that, and the rest of the time you need to use your head. How are you going to be any kind of ninja if you don't even know how the ranks work? Maki couldn't even stomach looking at Naruto. Whatever had happened to him after his last mission had really messed him up. Danzo wasn't saying anything and he was the only one that could have possibly known. Still, she was told not to approach him. All she knew was that this wasn't her Naruto-senpai. He wouldn't have played at being this stupid on his worst day. He would have caught that chalk in his hand without even lifting his head. And he damn sure wouldn't have sounded so stupid trying to answer a question that both of them learned the answer to on the first day of their training. But there was nothing she could do. The most she was allowed to do was to observe him, and if this is what Naruto had become, then she was certain that she wouldn't even do that unless she was actually forced to. Maki didn't pay attention to the rest of Iruka's lecture, she knew all of that anyway. She simply spent the rest of class glaring at Naruto and wishing that he would just come to her after class and say he was joking and he was playing a part of some sort. He never did. And it continued along the same vein for the next 4 years. End flashback. Naruto frowned at having the memories of his academy years drudged up. If his 7-year-old self had met his 8-year-old self, he would have kicked his own ass into gear. It was embarrassing and still pissed him off to this day. He could only imagine how Maki felt. The only person she knew, someone she basically looked up to for years, turned into a remedial wreck and there was nothing she could do. She couldn't even try to help him even if she could stomach being around that shadow of himself because of orders. Looking at his face every single day and watching him do nothing but screw up again and again must have been akin to laughing in her face for 4 years straight. She was conditioned damnably good if she could take that for as long as she did. And that's when you definitely weren't scared of me anymore. Naruto asked, getting a nod out of Maki. I guess you wouldn't have been. You could have killed that version of me with one hand tied behind your back. I thought about stabbing you with a pencil about 3 times a month. She said, getting a strange look out of Naruto. What? You and I both know that no one would have caught me if I did it. And I didn't say I'd have killed you, just stabbed you. Because that's so much better. Naruto said sarcastically, getting a pout out of Maki, putting a smile back on his face. Well, that's over. As much as I'd love to admit that none of that ever happened, it did, and I've had to live it down ever since. I had to beat 8 of my classmates' asses back to back along with 2 more experienced genin to get people to start taking me seriously. Maki giggled, I saw that too. You were angry that day, Naruto-senpai. Have an axe to grind, did you? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Honestly, that's when I believed that you were back, and as strange as it sounds, when you finished beating them all I couldn't get the smile off of my face for the rest of the day. My genin squad didn't understand why and they thought I was weird, but then again I never bothered to explain, I couldn't. And that's when I truly started believing in you. Then. That sounded strange to Naruto. All I did was fight. How did that make you believe in me? Because you actually came back. Maki explained to him, I thought you were gone and that the Naruto Uzumaki that was there through the academy was going to be there for life. And then you just popped back in and didn't miss a beat. You actually seemed ridiculously stronger than you were when you left, and I figured, if you could return from having every aspect of your personality, skills, and overall memory forcefully sealed away, then there wasn't anything that could stop you if you wanted something done. She lay her head on his shoulder and allowed herself to close her eyes happily when he didn't push her off or complain. Naruto just smiled at the younger girl and set his head on hers as he decided to drift off to sleep along with her. Maybe you're right, Maki-chan. I'm not sure which choice is the right one, or even if there is a right and wrong in this case. There never really is. As a ninja, everything we do is a shade of gray. What may be good to one person could be downright demonic to another elsewhere. I just have to trust my gut on this one and hope that it's not the wrong choice for me, you, and all of us. Asterisk laughs asterisk, and if you believe in me that much then I can't let my sweet little Kuhai down by being a flake now, can I? XXX. Later that night, Naruto's mindscape. Naruto entered to a rather familiar scene, the Kyuubi lying down in the middle of a completely eradicated Konoha. Every single time he came inside of his mindscape and saw this, it only inspired him to get stronger. There was no way he was going to allow this to happen to his village for real. If the Kyuubi knew how much seeing this actually encouraged him, it would probably stop doing it, but when Naruto was actually in front of him trying to speak, it never seemed to pick up on how Naruto was trying to keep himself from becoming angry at the sight of the ruined village. After seeing it a few hundred times over the course of his life, Naruto had come to develop a rather black humor over the subject, but all he wanted to do was shove a Futon, Rasengan right down the Kyuubi's throat each time he had to watch it eradicate a sector of the village with one of its powerful Imari attacks. As Naruto neared the beast, it stopped in its destruction to tower over Naruto. The two simply locked eyes for the longest time, not saying a single word. The Kyuubi honestly had more respect for Naruto than any other human it had ever come across. None of its previous Jinchuriki had taken to the process and the responsibility the way Naruto had. He didn't bother trying to be something he wasn't, normal. He didn't bother trying to hold the power at bay and simply hold it inside. No, he intended to use it as an advantage over his enemies instead of looking at it as a curse. This was the purest incarnation of a shinobi that it had ever been forced to be around, though he would never tell Naruto this to his face. The Kyuubi sat down on its haunches, laying its head down on the ground to get itself as close to eye level as it possibly could. Naruto finally spoke up to the demon that made him look like nothing more than an insect in comparison. I'm guessing that you already know why I'm here. Before I make a final decision, I just want to hear what you have to say. Say what you will about how you want to devour me, but you've always been my closest confidant, you've always been my closest ally. You helped keep me from breaking when I was en route. The Kyuubi bared its teeth in a rather chilling smirk that would have unnerved any other shinobi and paralyzed them with fear. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, boy. I needed you to keep me alive, and fighting your will to survive would have been the same as fighting against myself. Besides, no host of mine would ever possibly be allowed to be the mindless drone of another. The amused look then dropped from the creature's face. Yes, I know why you are here. I have to say, I'm surprised you came to me. I fully expected you to simply take the eye and then come in here with intent to yoke me into submission. Naruto chuckled humorlessly. Come on now. Do you really think that me with a Sharingan would make that much of a difference with my genjutsu that I could just flat out beat you with it? I wake Maki up and could put that eye in right now, and tomorrow morning when I woke up I would still be laughable at it. Just when I think I have this puny human child all figured out. The Kyuubi thought to itself as it looked at its diminutive host, you obviously know what I want to say. I want you to crush that eye and do a primitive war dance on it. Or better yet, I would love for you to find one of the last remaining Uchiha and force-feed it to them personally, but we both know that even if you didn't take the eye you wouldn't simply destroy it. Naruto gave it a nod agreeing with its statement. The Kyuubi growled lowly in thought as to what it wanted to say about the topic at hand. I want an honest answer from you. Naruto said firmly, eyes reflecting nothing but the pure seriousness that his voice conveyed. None of your goddamn mind game shit, no more ducking my questions and blowing me off. If you never answer anything else I ever ask you until the day we kick the shit out of each other for full control over the other, you're going to answer this question right now. He could feel the ill intent just flickering off of the Kyuubi like heat from a flame, but to hell with that at the moment. It could be as angry and pissy as it wanted to be after they were done. As a matter of me defeating the enemies after me, Gaara, Yuji-chan, and Kyarabi, as a matter of me defending Konoha the way I swore I would to Danzajiji when I took his last mission to me, do you think I should take the Sharingan for myself? No. It said plainly, looking away from Naruto in a bored manner. Now leave. Don't give me that bullshit. Naruto snapped at the Kyuubi defiantly as a crack of thunder and lightning signified Naruto's mood and mental state. The wind began to pick up as well, representing his two elements. This isn't about you and me. This isn't even about you and the Uchiha clan that you seem to have a gripe with. Pretend that we didn't have to fight. Pretend that you only knew me in passing and knew what I was up against and what I had to deal with in my miserable, battle-filled life. I want you to fucking tell me, in your honest opinion, and I really want you to think as hard as your fuzzy cutesy watsy head can. If you were me, is it a good idea for me to have the Sharingan? Yes or no? It should have just turned around and slapped him with its tails. It wouldn't have done a single thing to him, but still, it might have worked in theory. It should have told him to get the fuck out again. It should have started a fight right then and there and tried to forcibly influence him the way it hadn't tried to in almost 10 years. But the Kyuubi did none of these things. It simply stared at Naruto for the longest time, taking all that Naruto had said and truly taking the time to answer his question. I can't answer that question for you, Ninjan. It is your choice in the end. If you really are to be Hokage the way you intend to be, then you need to be able to answer these questions on your own, because the decisions for you will only grow harder and harder in the future, if you survive that long. Naruto nodded and turned to leave the mindscape when he heard the Kyuubi speak again. When you and I fight, no Sharingan. No matter what you decide in the end. This is my only request to you. Naruto didn't even bother turning back around as he kept walking away and fading out of the mindscape. "I'll think about it," he said offhandedly, not hinting one way or the other on the matter. Kyuubi smirked again as Naruto disappeared from his mind. "Damn brat. XXX. The next day, gates of Konohigakure no Sato. Kakashi stood ready to leave on his mission at the gate with Jiraiya, Shitsune, and Tsunade there to see the squad off. Jiraiya walked up to his fellow white-haired male and set his only existing hand on his shoulder before speaking in a still rather gravelly voice. "It's still going to be a little while before I'm ready to do anything like train the Geiki. I've only been rehabbing for around a few weeks. Just make sure that you keep him safe when you find him, okay?" Kakashi nodded. "You've got it, Jiraiya-sama. Heh, if anything, I'm certain he'll probably find us somehow when he's in the most trouble. Don't worry about it. If he told you all of these things, then he's not hiding anymore. He shouldn't be that hard to find now." Tsunade stepped forward next. "Good luck, Kakashi. Keep Sakura safe and make sure she doesn't try anything stupid on this mission. Kami knows that if Naruto really is searching for an Uchiha, he'll probably end up running into one or the other somehow. I don't want her losing her head over this," she said, sneaking a glance at the pink-haired medic who looked ready for anything. Nodding again to his leader, Kakashi turned to his squad. "All right, everyone. There are reasons I picked all of you for this mission, but now's not the time to dwell on that." The squad he selected of Neji, Kiba, with Akamaru, Teiya, Sakura, and Shikamaru stared at him, all each with their own determination for the mission. The primary mission is to find Naruto Uzumaki, the secondary mission is to assist him in whatever matter currently has his attention at the moment. He is not an enemy. However, be prepared for combat against anyone he has deemed his target to be. There is also a very good chance that we will be facing off against Akatsuki on this mission. You've all been informed about who these people are, and any further questions can be answered by Naruto himself once he is found. Any questions?" He got a unanimous shake of heads in the negative from everyone. "Right then. Let's go find ourselves a blonde kid," he said before rushing off in a blur to be followed by everyone else. Tsunade looked down the road where they had set out before turning to Jiraiya. "You know that foreboding feeling I had before you and Naruto went off to Amigakure?" she asked him, getting Jiraiya to look at her curiously. "I think I'm getting it again. I didn't know you were clairvoyant, Tsunade." Jiraiya said with a grin, getting a glare out of the large-chested blonde woman. "It'll be fine. Even if you have that feeling, he's still going to make it back. Since that sense of yours only seems to work on men you care and about, and look at me, I made it back just fine, and the brat is tougher than me. The kid might wind up a little banged up, but when is he not getting put in the hospital for something?" Shitsune picked up Tunton from the ground and held the small pig tight to her chest. "I really hope that you're right and Tsunade-sama is wrong about this, Jiraiya-sama." "We all do, Shitsune," Jiraiya said before turning around to head back inside of the village. XXX. With Team Kakashi. Teiya looked around to all of the people she had been dispatched on this mission with before choosing to speak up to Kakashi. "So can I ask you why you decided to pick all of us for this mission? Not that I care about it too fucking much, but I'm a new to Kyubetsu Jounin, so why would you want me?" Teiya still wore her black hat with bandages on the sides, but her clothing itself was now different. She wore a tight mesh bodysuit like Anko, only hers had long sleeves and went all the way down her legs to her black sandals. Over that she wore a sleeveless tan top that was cut to show her cleavage and short to show her stomach, and a light purple skirt. "You all have your roles on this squad. Kakashi said with an eye smile as he turned around and looked at her. For example, you have genjutsu expertise that the others don't have, which will be important if we come across the Sharingan, and in case we find anyone with the whereabouts of either Naruto, Sasuke, or Itachi, and they don't feel too forthcoming with the information, you can persuade them. I hear that you're Anko's favorite pet project at the Anbu Torture and Interrogation Department. Crazy bitch. Teiya muttered rather miserably. I had to kickstart learning a jutsu that I didn't know just so I could keep her the fuck away from me. Training my ass, that was pure torture. Kakashi smiled at her and continued his explanation. Sakura is our medic, of course, and being that she has been on a team with both Naruto and Sasuke, she has personal stake in this. She knows them better than anyone else. He stopped when he heard Teiya scoff and smirk. Well, she knows them better than most people. He gestured towards Kiba. Kiba is our tracker and he has a personal stake in this as well. Naruto is his friend and Sasuke escaped from their squad when he left Konoha, same for Neji, except he will be our eyes and basic sensor. Shikamaru has personal stake in this as well, and in case of combat his battle plans will be second to none and invaluable to us. Understood. Teiya said, now figuring how this all tied together. So where is Uzumaki? Kakashi answered her question brightly, we have no earthly idea. Teiya almost tripped and fell at the cavalier tone of how Kakashi had said that. All we know is that he's in Hi-no-Kuni. But we know that no matter where he is, he's going to be causing some fireworks soon. He said he was done hiding, which means he's going to start something soon. Once we catch wind of him, he won't be too difficult to locate. Kiba chuckled slightly. I'm not too sure about that actually. The guy can hide from us inside of Konoha if he really wants to hide. Now he has the entire country as his playground. Neji shook his head. He can hide from you because you're afraid to go into the forest of death. Shut up. Kiba said, turning his gaze away from the others as Akamaru let out a few canine snickers of amusement. But yeah. Even when he goes in there, he made me try to look for him in there once. Akamaru and I looked for almost 12 hours. All we found were tons of his clones all over the place, and then he turned up at that Ishiraku ramen stand he's at all the time. It's maddening when you want to find the guy. He's never around. This might be tough. Shikamaru took that moment to add his own input to the situation. What do we do if we come across Sasuke first? That's simple. Kakashi said as he pulled out Sasuke's old hitite that had been scratched out when he left to go to Orochimaru. We defeat him ourselves and save Naruto the trouble, since that's one of the reasons he's still in Hi-no-Kuni to begin with. Teiya looked and noticed the look on Sakura's face. You'd better be focused on this, Pinky. I'd really like this to be the last time I have to deal with the Uchiha prick. The last time wasn't very delightful, if you would fucking recall the beatdown that Uzumaki put on me. Sakura looked over at her fellow Kunoichi's scrutinizing gaze and gave a firm nod. I'm ready for whatever happens. I've been training for this for years. XXX. With Naruto and company. With the new day ahead of them, Naruto once again led his team north into Hi-no-Kuni in search of Sasuke or Itachi. The next town we reach, we need to start searching around for intel. I'll drop some clones here, have them henge, and we'll keep going. We'll have a dragnet of sorts over the region by the end of the day. I will leave behind some of my ink creatures as well, Naruto-senpai. Sai said helpfully to the blonde leader. They can help your Kichibunshin with gathering information and speed up the process. Good idea. Naruto said, acknowledging how helpful that could be to narrowing down a general area faster. Make some and I'll make some clones and then we can take to the air and look from up there. After both Shinobi had made their amount of scouting entities, Sai formed a pair of large ink birds and once again the trio flew above the forests of High no Kuni. Maki held on to Naruto from behind as Sai flew next to their bird on his own, leading the two of them along. What are we looking for exactly, Naruto-senpai? Naruto grinned back at her as he sat down firmly on the bird and allowed Sai to steer them both with his own will. We're looking for a lot of things, in particular Maki-chan. Kubakiri Buchao is a very specific sword. People will know if they've seen it. Akatsuki attire is very specific. People will also know if they've seen it. And then Kaizen Hoshigeki himself is very specific. He's blue and has those gill markings on his face. If someone saw him they'd damn sure remember where it was. Sai spoke up from where he was flying nearby. It's all a matter of how secluded they are trying to be while traveling. Finding Sajuka Uchiha should be far easier than finding Itakai Uchiha by comparison though. Itakai would be used to concealing his movements and moving under the radar. I wish we had an Inuzuka though. Naruto said regretfully, if Kiba were here we'd be making great time on this. Better than we would be right now. Maki sighed into his back, it can't be helped, Naruto-senpai. Danzasoma doesn't even have an Inuzuka to work with en route, so unless you headed back to Konoha and asked for one you couldn't get one. Speaking of Konoha, Naruto had a thought. Wait, how am I going to explain you guys away when we go home? Sai, I might be able to, but Maki-chan I don't think I'll be able to. Roots officially disbanded. I don't know. Maki said, but we can't say anything about Danzasoma anyway to someone not cleared to know anything. She stuck out her tongue and revealed a seal near the back of it taking the shape of 3 solid lines and 2 broken lines. Sai-senpai has one too. Naruto snapped his fingers as he remembered the seal. Oh yeah, Danzajiji tried to put that thing on me 3 different times, but I just broke it each time. I was enough of a pawn at the time. Me having that seal didn't benefit me at all. Kyuubi's chakra overpowered it when I wanted it gone. Naruto-senpai really is strong. Maki thought to herself, so what are we going to do now? I'm going to search the ground. Naruto said, getting Maki to let go of her grip around his waist before he stood up on the bird. Sai, you're in charge of Maki. When you find anything and can't find me, just head back to the first village we came to before and wait for me or look for me. Naruto then jumped off of the bird and fell towards the trees below. Naruto-senpai. Maki and Sai both looked as their leader fell to the ground below. Before Sai could direct his birds to go catch him, Naruto yelled out a jutsu. Fuatan, K's Wakio Koru, wind release, wind burst. Naruto's body was upright as he seemingly stopped for a second in the air from an air bubble that formed under one of his feet before falling again and repeating the process until he safely fell through the canopy. I'll see you guys soon. Maki stared at the area in the forests that he fell to with a twitch to her eye. I'm going to put a horrible falling genjutsu on him once he gets back. He just did that to get a reaction out of us. Sai said as he had by now gotten over Naruto's attempt at rather dark humor. Naruto-senpai believes that scaring his friends like that is funny. He tried to explain the concept of scaring his friends to me once, but I don't think I understood it right because he beat me up after I booby-trapped his apartment. That had to have been somewhat alarming, right? Maki turned and gave Sai a dry look. Sai-senpai, Danzasoma really should have put you on a genin squad after Shinsan passed away. She let out a sigh. Don't worry. If Naruto-senpai is trying to teach you social things, then I guess I'll have to help as well. My future boss can't be socially inept or we'd all be dead. She then saw Sai giving her his strange smile. That smile is going to have to be the first thing to go. XXX. As soon as Naruto fell through the canopy of the trees, he took off in a dead sprint through the ground level of the forest. All three of them shouldn't be in the air for something like this, and since he had the best stamina, he was the one best suited for taking the ground route. The memories of a dispelled clone informed him that he needed to head northwest, and head northwest he did. One of Sai's smaller, faster birds was already en route to find its creator and Maki to inform them as well, thusly Naruto just had to head to the town indicated in the direction. At the edge of the forest, Naruto came to a stop at a massive gorge spanning an entire mile across. My ass, I have to cross this now. He shouted angrily at nature, for sticking a damn gorge in his way. Fuck it, Naruto said before charging down the sheer cliff face. How dare a natural formation get in the way of him trying to get to where he was going? It was times like this that he was really jealous of guys like Sai that could fly. At the bottom of the gorge lay a very wide river, almost the entire span of the ravine. Running across it and beginning his ascent up the other side, there was no one there except for him and the few birds he could see flying in the distance. He ignored them until the sound of wings flapping grew abnormally close to him, and that was when he was able to notice the plain white color of the avian animals that were coming right at him. Son of a dot. Katsu. The birds hit the wall that Naruto had been attached to at full speed and exploded on contact in fiery blasts. Chunks of the cliff wall fell to the ground with Naruto among them. Deidara flew above the crash site on a large clay bird with Toby riding as well. You found one, yeah. And you got him, Deidara-senpai. Be quiet, Toby, Deidara said, adjusting the scope on his left eye with a battle-hungry smile on his face. He's not dead. I can't kill him anyway, but I can blow off a few limbs. He'll survive it. No, that wasn't nearly enough to put the Kyuubi kid down. He's way better than that. His smile grew larger as he saw the rocks at the bottom of the gorge shift about, revealing Naruto to his view once more. You see. Naruto cast the last of the rocks off of his body and stood back up with a growl. Looking up in the air, he saw Deidara and some weird guy in a mask with an orange spiral on it. Fine. I guess I can kill one more of you before looking for Sasuke. Thin out the numbers, so to speak. Toby pointed down at Naruto. Ooh, Deidara-senpai, he looks mad. Such a scary face. You should be relatively afraid of him, Toby. Deidara said, this guy beat Hiden, killed Kakuzu and Sasori no Dana, he even fought Leader Soma and got away in one piece. He really is quite a spectacular Jinchuriki. Very powerful. I know from personal experience, he's incredibly dangerous. Naruto stood at the ready as his brain worked out his current situation as quickly as it could. Okay, he's flying again. First order of business is to shoot that damn bird down for me to even have a fight chance of hitting him directly. I can handle that, but that other guy, I don't know the first thing about him. He could be even stronger than Deidara is. Deidara had the mouths in the palms of his hands eat more clay and form more bird sculptures. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Let's catch up, I'll start off with C1, so you can remember the fear you felt at my art back in Uzu Shogakyo. The birds flew off at Naruto and grew in size, preparing for their suicide bombing attempts to take him out. Last time I didn't have the tools I needed to fight you, but this time I do. Naruto said as he began running along the rocky area and atop the river in the gorge. I don't need to cut you down with my sword alone anymore, I have actual ranged ninjutsu that I can use now. He thought to himself as he reached into his supply pouch and pulled out a single shuriken, throwing it at the birds as he made 5 hand seals rapidly. Shuriken Kichibunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The aerial weaponry turned from one to over a dozen and cut through the clay birds, clipping their wings and bringing them down into the water where they detonated prematurely. Deidara watched Naruto dispatch his feeling out explosives easily. It looks like someone's learned some new tricks since the last time we had it out, UN. He looked at his mysterious partner. Toby, get off the bird. This one is mine. You might get in the way if the fight gets as out of hand as I'm expecting. Go keep watch on the perimeter and make sure no one else interferes with the capture of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Are you sure, Deidara-senpai? Toby tried to ask, unsure of Deidara's order. Just listen to me and leave before I explode some clay on you instead of him, UN. Deidara snapped at him, this brat and I have a bone to pick. He remembers how he ran and hid in fear of my art the last time around. Naruto pulled out even more long-range weapons and took aim at Deidara as he saw the other one jump from his bird to the top of the gorge, leaving the battlefield altogether. The young blonde shinobi was simply waiting for the opportune moment to make his next move on the dangerous nuke Nin. Be patient. Deidara isn't stupid, and fighting from a distance is his specialty. I still need to close the distance to put a hurt on him, but I can at least hold my own from here. He thought analytically as he removed the plain white mask from his waist and placed it securely over his face. Strange mask, UN. Deidara commented as he watched Naruto cover his scarred face with the rather plain piece of porcelain. Pretty weird seeing something like that on a guy like you. What does it mean? Anbu. Fully decked out in nostalgic root gear, Naruto scoffed and slowly drew the Sennenki no Ken from its sheath on his back as he spoke lowly. You wish it meant just Anbu. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato Hokage Tower. Tsunade sat at her desk, going through her daily busy work as per usual. She barely had it in her to go out and train for her designated period of time, so she decided that she might as well get shit soon off of her back for the time being by catching up with everything that required her attention. A knock on the door alerted her and seemed to be a welcome reprieve from the monotony of her day. You may enter. That was until she saw who it was that had decided to pay her a visit. Danza. The bandaged old man shut the door before he walked around her office, taking in the sights of the place where each Hokage had done their jobs dutifully even to this day. I hope now isn't a bad time for a small conversation, Tsunade. If it is, then I could always try to come back later. No, now is as good a time as any, Tsunade said, going straight into business mode for this. She knew of Danza's reputation prior to the Sundame Hokage's death. Quiet. Always in the background, but his presence could never be missed. Nowadays she couldn't possibly comprehend where that line of thought had come from. These days it seemed more like Danza was just waiting for something. He had made no noise whatsoever, he had refrained from vehemently opposing any of her policies, and he had been tremendously quiet about Naruto despite the past between them that she was well aware of at this point. Very well, he said, taking a seat in the chair provided for guests in front of Tsunade's desk. This is about Naruto. Again. Tsunade thought to herself as she nodded and gestured for him to continue. I see. What is it you would like to talk about? Danza let silence settle over the room for a moment before speaking. You are well aware of my past relationship with Naruto. In his childhood I was his first benefactor, and I am the one that gave him the base of his shinobi skills that he still makes use of to this day. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Yes, I'm fully aware of your attempts to turn Naruto into a drone, just like the rest of Root. You did go ahead and disband them like you were ordered to all those years ago, right? She asked knowingly. She may have never verbally acknowledged it to the boy himself, but after Naruto realized exactly how far back his family roots went, she eagerly claimed him as her own family, distant though he may have been. After that bit of truth came out, she was rather defensive over the fact that he had been en route. She had heard hearsay of just how that group operated, and she was amazed that Naruto wound up as well balanced as he was to go with the power he had at his disposal. Danzo frowned visibly and shook his head. I never once lied to the boy. I told him exactly what he was in for before we ever began training, and he never backed down. He took part of his own free will, he was never my pawn. I would dare say he was the greatest recruit I could have ever asked for. But if he stayed, then he wouldn't have been as useful to Konoha as he is now. What do you mean? Tsunade said to the wily old man, keeping her mental sensors ready for anything off about what he was saying. Danzo tapped the bottom of his cane on the ground before speaking once more. He not only has the strength and skill as a shinobi, he's also a Jinchuriki. This naturally makes him a more powerful shinobi than those that are his equal. You must be aware of the proficiency of the Kazekage Sabaku no Gaara. I believe that Naruto is more powerful at this time, and he is only getting better and better. Not only that, but he has the support of many important nations. Yuki no Kuni and Nami no Kuni, places he was seen as a hero. Tsunegakure, Kumogakure, and now possibly Kirigakure, hidden villages that Naruto single-handedly set up friendly rapports with. It was the truth. Naruto, despite only being 16 years of age, was by far one of the most influential shinobi that Konoha had to offer, and his strength was respected throughout the ninja world, as news of his victories over Kakuzu, Hiden, Sasori, and all of the other enemies he had managed to defeat had been spread throughout the continent. The boy had his own bingo book page to himself at this point, in copies distributed in multiple hidden villages. Not acknowledging how important Naruto was to Konoha and its financial and political relationships at large would have been foolish of Tsunade. Of course she knew these things. They were contributing factors that led to his promotion to Jounin. He had thoroughly earned it. Everyone that was aware of these things at large knew it, and no one that had thought of him as a nuisance before could possibly justify keeping him back any longer. Thus she gleefully stamped his promotion through. Danzo continued making his point. He has your support, Jiraiya's support, the support of many of the most powerful ninja in the village in many high-ranking positions, and he has the entire future generation of shinobi utterly enamored with his strength. I'm aware of the young Konohamaru telling his friends in the academy stories that Naruto told him of his own battles and missions. They see him as a hero, and even the boy's own generation's most talented shinobi all consider themselves friends and allies of his. Tsunade again nodded. I see where you're coming from with all of this, but I don't know where you're going yet. The man smirked. You can't hold the seat forever, Tsunade. Eventually you will have to hand over the hat, and I'm sure that you know just as well as I do who would make the best choice for a successor. Naruto. She figured he would say. Why else would he have led her here with his conversation points? She had to say, she couldn't see any problems with that. He had Anbu experience, and Tenzo said that he showed the chops for an actual Anbu position after his mission with him. Also Danzo wouldn't be endorsing him on this if he didn't see Naruto as the real deal. His mission completion rate was impeccable. Since his promotion to Chunin he had been Tsunade's go-to guy that wasn't named Kakashi Hatake. All of the lower C and B ranked missions that she needed to find a quick fix to stick someone in she gave to Naruto, and he always worked them out. The kid seemed to be untouchable, no matter who was paired with him, no matter if he was the squad leader or not. Even on higher level missions he never flinched, and he hadn't actually failed a mission in 3 years since being sent as backup to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha on that ill-fated clusterfuck. With a little more seasoning, she could see herself grooming him to take over for her by the time he was 21 or so. Exactly. Danza said, I see the strength in that boy to do what is needed for our village, and that's why I'm here to tell you myself that I give my full support, 100%, to Naruto Uzumaki in the future case of his eventual bid for the position of Rokudame or Shidame Hokage, whichever happens for him first. Tsunade blinked in confusion. You're actually supporting someone that isn't yourself towards becoming Hokage. Now she was suspicious. What kind of game are you playing, Danza? Danza shook his head as he stood up. No game at all, Tsunade. He said plainly, turning to leave the office. Is it that strange for a teacher to believe in their finest student and wish to support them? Not at all. Tsunade said. It was strange to consider Naruto as Danza's student, but it was the truth and she knew it. He trained him first, before anyone else ever did. Danza turned back at the door right before reaching for the door. No matter what occurs in the boy's career or life. No matter how far you and Jiraiya try to distance him from me and try to pretend that it never happened, the fact will never truly change. He was mine first. I taught him how to survive. I made him a splendid shinobi that you yourself even take pride in knowing, and he's growing into a man that you believe can protect this village the way a Hokage should. He has earned your trust through blood spilled for you and yours. He has worked his way up from the very bottom. I did this, I instilled his base values as a ninja in him. So whenever you think of me as some rogue element that you can't trust, remember one thing. And what would that one thing be? She asked him rather tensely. I didn't do this for me. He said coolly, and I never did this for Root. I looked at that little 4-year-old boy that wanted to be acknowledged as someone great, and I did what I could to fulfill that destiny of his, because he will be greater than all of us, Tsunade. I did this so that the future of Konoha was secured well in advance, before anyone was even thinking about the future ninja of our village. I'd like to think that I managed to succeed on that front. What do you think? With that he grabbed a hold of the door handle and let himself out. Good day, Tsunade. As Danza left and shut the door behind him, Tsunade put a rather good-spirited smile of defeat on her face. Yeah, Danza. I'd wager that you succeeded as well. For what it's worth, I really can't imagine him being this reliable and powerful without training with you. She said to no one in the empty room before resigning to return to her work. The day couldn't just end because of a conversation after all. Naruto, decked out in his plain root mask to protect his face, stared down Deidara, who was apparently waiting for him to move from his position in the sky so that he could attack again. Okay, first things first. Take that bird out of the sky and get him down to my level. I don't need him bombarding me from the sky again, I had enough of that the first time. In the air on his clay construct bird, Deidara looked down at Naruto, still eager for an actual fight against the person that killed Sasori all on his own. All he got out of Naruto the last time around was a little scuffle that was more or less Naruto running away from his explosives while he attacked from a place that Naruto couldn't reach. While with that mask on his face he couldn't read Naruto's expression, the fact that he wasn't running and wasn't looking anywhere but up at him was evidence enough that Naruto was ready to gut this one out to the bitter end, and that just left Deidara in an all-around good mood. As far as he was concerned, giving someone who was already aware of his art's greatness a repeat performance was just fine with him. He would probably appreciate it more than any other would since he had seen its awesome power once and lived. I know that it hardly bears repeating after I know you remember this well. Deidara said, reaching into his pouch for more clay, but art is an explosion, UN. Naruto wordlessly began dashing along the ground towards Deidara, zigzagging, but the man only laughed and flew higher into the air in case Naruto actually could jump high enough to reach him in one move. What are you going to do from down there? I thought you had more moves to take me on with. Naruto didn't say a word, and the blonde, white-masked figure jumped off of the ground towards Deidara, only muttering one phrase, Fuatan, K's Wakio Koru, wind release, wind burst, dot. Deidara's jaw almost dropped when Naruto jumped on the air and came towards him, full out running towards him. He can fly. Deidara thought before realizing he was still in a fight. He jerked his bird hard to the side to dodge the incoming Naruto, but he didn't escape without some sort of loss. Naruto cut through the wing of the bird instead of Deidara, who he was aiming at. Still, Deidara's bird was no more good to him as it fell to the ground and lost its ability to fly. After their first meeting a few years back, Naruto had honed his supplementary technique that initially allowed him to more or less get a second jump off of thin air to the point that he didn't even need hand seals to pull it off. Since he knew that at least one member of Akatsuki could fly, it was a technique that could be used to reach them on their level. It was a main project Naruto had been working on for years after being so outclassed by the long-range fighter Deidara in Uzu Shogakyo, and with the use of his clones to train he eventually became proficient enough to do so as if he were hopping from branch to branch in the trees, only he could select exactly when he needed to step on the branch, allowing him to avert his path in midair. He was basically as close to flight as he could conceive, and it was something he was extremely proud of, especially when he tried to teach Tamrai how to do it during some time together and found that she couldn't do it even after working with her for an entire stay of hers in Konoha as soon as liaison. Mastering the jutsu that was the source of his brainchild technique was far too difficult to be done with just one short stay, and it was simply too tiring for someone that wasn't a walking battery of chakra. However, this took things a step further. Each step he took was now able to produce an air bubble underneath his feet, allowing him to literally run on the air instead of needing to jump, and even if the previously mentioned Wind Mistress had the energy, learning it would take years, just like it did to master with him, only it would take longer than 2 years since no one else could use clones like him. A fighting style for use against those with flight capabilities. Hard work personified. Harasu-Sagan, Burst Limit. An attempt to follow up came from Naruto, who rushed towards a falling Deidara with his sword poised to take him out. Deidara quickly formed small clay spiders and threw them at the incoming Naruto, who stopped in the air and allowed himself to fall to avoid the explosives that detonated in the air over his head. As Deidara fell to the ground and rolled safely to avoid a flat-out fall from his position formerly in the air, he saw Naruto dart to the ground much the same way he got into the air to attack him in the first place. Deidara, instead of being angry or upset, merely smirked. It seems you can teach an old fox new tricks after all, UN. But then again, they are known to be wily and resourceful, so I guess it's not that much of a stretch. He dug back into his pouch and retrieved even more clay to go with the amount he had already placed in the mouths on his hand. Amazing. You truly are a remarkable Jinchuriki. Naruto didn't say a word, keeping the blank slate of the plain white mask on his face a reflection of stoicism and silence as his attitude overall. He simply stood in a ready stance with his blade, ready to continue. C1 isn't enough for you this time. Deidara sounded rather pleased about this fact. No. I think it's time you see my more advanced art. Prepare for C2. In his hands formed a large sculpture of a dragon that in a puff of smoke grew to a towering clay dragon that walked in front of Deidara and glowered at Naruto dangerously. Naruto thought hard about what to do next. Unlike Deidara's birds, this thing looked dangerous. I could summon Game-Kichi. He's big enough to tangle with that thing. No. It can probably fly and Kichi would get picked apart from the sky. I can handle that thing. He sheathed his sword as he felt he'd need his ninjutsu for this one more than the weapon. Naruto formed several Kichibunshin that chose to draw their swords in place of their creator and rushed towards Deidara. Even his clones are fast, UN. Deidara said as he jumped onto the dragon, let's begin for real this time, show me what you've got, kid. Deidara's dragon took off and spat out a smaller dragon made of clay that was still human-sized and relatively large. The mini-dragon smashed into the ground in front of Naruto's clones and detonated, taking them all out in the larger explosion. Naruto didn't need to shield his face from the explosion as his mask covered his eyes for the most part. He was able to see Deidara's dragon take to the skies, and noticed that after forming that attack the tail of the dragon grossly shortened. And it shortened again as Deidara ordered his dragon to launch another mini-dragon. Toby isn't here, so I can't set any mines, but once the kid sees them he could just stick to fighting in the air. Those would be useless against him. Unlike the last time, I can't corner him and take him out. I'll have to outmaneuver him. No Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto said to himself resolutely, if I can't beat Deidara without it, then I can't beat Itachi without it. He's even more of a poised, polished fighter than Deidara is. If I need to rely on it, then I'll lose to him later even if I win here. Naruto took off from his place on the ground and began using Harisusagan to run in the air again in an effort to dodge the dragon that didn't keep flying at the place he was once standing at. You've got to be kidding me. It's chasing me. Deidara watched as Naruto ran across the sky, changing levels, doing whatever he could to shake the smaller dragon. However, he was unable to. It's not going to stop until it explodes and takes him out. A smirk came across the former I1 ninja's face. Sorry, kid. You should know how the big leagues work by now. Naruto took a great leap and turned in the air, making hand seals before positioning his hands to snap his fingers. Raiten, Kyuuzuseka, lightning release, surge flash. From Naruto's hands flew a volley of sparks that pummeled the dragon until it fell from the sky to the ground below with a crash. Naruto turned back around in the air and kicked off of an invisible air bubble to get his footing right again before rushing at Deidara again. If I can't beat you as I am, I don't deserve to be able to go head to head with Sasuke or Itachi. If it's power that we're testing, I know I've got you beat. I'm testing my finesse. Deidara's eyes widened when he heard what Naruto said. What did you just say? He said, flying around aimlessly at this point. You heard me. Naruto said, you're not stupid, and I know better. Itachi Uchiha is more dangerous than you, and he's why I'm out here right now. I'm going to beat you, and then I'm going to beat him or his little brother. If Deidara could see behind Naruto's mask, he would see a smirk, because that's how I roll. Deidara growled and clenched his teeth. Itachi is more dangerous than me. Itachi is more dangerous than me. I'll show you exactly how dangerous I am. He shouted as his dragon fired off another missile Naruto's way. This again. Naruto growled out as he made the seals for his last jutsu again. Raiten, Kyuuzuseka, lightning release, surge flash. The sparks of electricity again pounded the poor projectile and knocked it from the sky. How is he doing that? Deidara wondered about why his explosives weren't hitting Naruto anymore. Naruto kept running, trying to cut off Deidara in the air, eventually getting sick of chasing him. Time to go a little old school with a new school twist. Naruto ripped the tape off of his left arm to reveal multiple tattoos in the fashion of seals going up and down the arm. Picking the one he wanted to use, in a puff of smoke he summoned a Fuuma Shuriken and threw it directly at Deidara. Deidara smirked once he saw the spinning weapon coming at him. "You'll never hit me with a shuriken like that, you idiot, Who do you think you're dealing with? Use some style." Fuatan, Rapushao, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Before he could taunt Naruto any further, a hard gust of wind from Naruto pushed the weapon, but that wasn't all. The shuriken seemed to split off, one going in one direction and the other coming right at Deidara at a faster speed. It looked like it was guided, almost like his dragon missile, by the wind itself. What? He thought as it flew right at him. Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, and a Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, sucker. Once the shuriken got closer to Deidara, it burst into smoke and turned into a Naruto that had an explosive tag in its hand that was almost burned down completely. "How's this for style?" Naruto taunted mercilessly. "Art is an explosion." With that, an explosion rocked the skies. From the cloud caused by the explosion, chunks of clay and Deidara fell from the sky. His cloak now gone and his black short-sleeved shirt revealed underneath. That crazy bastard blew himself up. Amazing, but it's not over yet, he thought angrily as he reached for more clay. "I love my Kichibunshin combinations." Deidara heard Naruto shout from above him as Naruto fell from the sky with his right arm cocked back. "Now Rasengan, spiraling sphere, you son of a bitch." Naruto grabbed the back of Deidara's neck and smashed the blue orb of chakra through Deidara's back. He then drilled all the way through, securing his death as his arm punched through the chest. However, when he pulled his arm back it stuck fast, and at that time Deidara lost his color and turned solid gray-white. "Oh, you've got to be fucking dot." From one of the falling globs of clay, Deidara revealed himself and made a single hand seal, covered in scuffs and burns, but still with a look of victory on his face. "Katsu." The clone detonated in midair with Naruto stuck inside of it at point-blank range in a fiery explosion. XXX. Sai and Maki waited by a rock formation for Naruto to arrive. They had managed to blaze a trail right to the town they had intended to arrive at very quickly due to them flying through the air without dispute. It was clear that flying was definitely the swiftest way to get there, even if they had been seen somehow. Apparently Naruto didn't mind it anymore as he had directed them to do so, and they had beaten him there by a mile. So now they were waiting on their fearless leader to arrive so that they could re-coordinate their search efforts. "Wow, you fly like Deidara-senpai." Both young rude teens turned towards the rock formation they were resting near to see a man in an orange swirl mask sitting atop it swinging his feet. "I bet his art's better than yours though." Sai and Maki immediately went on the defensive and drew their respective tanto, prepared for a fight. Sai narrowed his eyes. "Maki-san, go back and look for senpai." "Why?" she asked, ready for any strike from the strange man that was waving at them both. "Black cloak with red clouds," he said in response. "What did Naruto-senpai and I tell you that meant?" "Then shouldn't we fight him together?" Maki questioned. Naruto and Sai had told her of how powerful each member of Akatsuki were. Some of the strongest ninja ever. Sai shook his head. "They work in pairs. If this one is here, then where would the other one be right now?" She gasped and her eyes widened. "With Naruto-senpai. So go find him and make sure he's all right." "Toby can't let you do that," the man on the rock said before dropping down onto the ground. "Doton, Mogiragakyo no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole Jutsu." Maki tried to leave the area only for Toby to pop up in front of her. "Hello again." The girl jumped back in shock at having her escape routed by the strange shinobi that was incredibly fast. He's faster than Senpai. Maki exclaimed at Sai's side. The latter grunting in acknowledgement of his junior ninja's statement. What do we do now, Senpai? We get you past him, Maki-san. Sai said, whipping out his drawing scroll, Chaojua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. A group of lions formed from Sai's scroll and went at Toby, who let out a shocked cry and headed back into the ground. He quickly drew another bird and set the girl on the ink construct before immediately sending it off. Find Naruto-senpai. Wait, I don't know how to fly. Maki cried desperately as it took off and flew away from the area. Sai watched his bird take Maki into the air and turned his attention back to Toby, who emerged from the ground. That wasn't nice. That girl didn't even say goodbye, and I never even got her name. Hey, what's your name? I'm Toby. Sai said, ready for another fight against the Akatsuki. Maki would find Naruto, and Naruto could take care of himself. For now he had to worry about himself. Naruto-senpai says to introduce yourself to new people that you meet, but I don't think that applies to the people that I'm supposed to kill. XXX. Nearby village elsewhere in Hi-no-Kuni. The group from Konoha had split up once they had gotten a trace of Naruto's and Sasuke's scents. Kiba and Akamaru went off on their own to find Naruto, as did Kakashi, but instead he was looking for Sasuke, deigning that he could take care of Naruto's objective for him if he got to Sasuke first, believing in Naruto's ability to find the wayward Uchiha in his own way. Shikamaru had paired off with Neji. This left Sakura and Teiya to travel together, and they weren't exactly on the same page when it came to who to look for. Kakashi had provided some of his summoned Ninken for whoever needed a strong tracker, which meant that Sakura and Teiya both got one. Pack-in to be exact. And they were on the clock. It was currently cloudy out, and if it began to rain the scents of Naruto and Sasuke would be lost. Finding Naruto would become difficult and finding Sasuke would become impossible. The small pug walked out in front of the girls, who seemed to be bickering. Listen, bitch. Teiya said, trying to keep her temper down as they were in a populated area. The mission is to find Uzumaki, not your beloved Uchiha. I figured that you would want to find someone that actually gave a damn about your village enough to, oh I don't know, stick around. Sakura let out a huff. Pack-in said that he can't even get a trace of Naruto's scent. As if it's not even existent at all, or altered too much to find from this far away. It was strange. How could his scent be altered that much to mess with one of Kakashi's dog's senses? And besides, Kakashi-sensei said Naruto would be looking for Sasuke-kun, so if we find Sasuke-kun first we'll find Naruto. That is us backwards logic and counterproductive as all hell. Teiya griped audibly, I know what he's going to do from the first time I met that little shit. First he's going to act like you aren't even there, then when you press the issue he's going to attack you. Can you fight your boyfriend like that? Sakura glared over at her, oh I don't know, do you think you could fight Naruto? Teiya grinned in response to her attempt at a scathing comment, any day of the week. Uzumaki knows I'll kick his ass. And by the way, he's not my boyfriend. Just because I fucked him doesn't mean I'm in love with him. Sure it doesn't. Sakura said, rolling her eyes, is that why you were so angry you were about to cry when you heard he was killed? And why you were so happy you actually cried when you heard he wasn't dead? Teiya growled, informing Sakura that it might not be such a good idea to continue that line of conversation. I'm just saying. You'd better check yourself, Pinky. Teiya warned lowly. Pack-in started looking around suspiciously. I smell Sasuke Uchiha. He's close. Where? Sakura asked the small dog excitedly, "Can we find him?" "Yes," the dog said, "keep going forward." Teiya and Sakura put their game faces on as it didn't matter who wanted to go after who at this point. The most blatant lead at the moment was Sasuke, so it didn't matter whether or not Teiya wanted to go after Naruto, it was out of her hands. The two Kunoichi navigated their way through the very busy street as everyone was trying to get home before the rain started to fall. "We're right on top of the scent," Pakin said, "It's right here." Sakura and Teiya looked through the crowd as hard as they could when a red-haired girl in glasses walked near them. Sakura didn't pay her a second glance, but Teiya on the other hand stared at her and went wide-eyed. The other girl recognized her and did the same before turning and running. Teiya smirked and grabbed Sakura by the arm. "I recognize that bitch. Come on Pinky, that chick knows where your Uchiha is." "What?" Sakura said before swiftly following after the former Oto Kunoichi. "You know her." "How do you know her?" Teiya rubbed the back of her neck, "Because that bitch was the one that gave me Orochi Pedo's stupid cursed seal. He was right there when she did it. I survived. Then he took me with him from the base I was a prisoner in after my village was done in and lumped me right in with his forces where it was either XL or fucking die nameless. It's a rags to rags story and I owe that bitch some crippling pain. Now kick it into gear so I can catch her already," she said, taking her flute out. XXX. Naruto vs. Deidara. Deidara got up off of the ground, holding his body and nursing his multiple wounds from Naruto's earlier explosive tag and the fall he took afterwards. Luckily the clay he hid in was enough to break his fall and keep him from dying. He painfully smirked and chuckled, "Got him. I finally got that bastard good, UN." He started to limp towards the river where Naruto's body was lying face down by the rocky shore, blood surrounding his body. Hopefully he wasn't dead. Leader Soma would take Deidara's balls if he somehow killed the Jinchuriki by accident and delayed their plans. Naruto was completely motionless, his body was racked with injuries from what Deidara could see. But if he hadn't been knocked unconscious and drowned he would be fine. The Kyuubi would see to any injuries that Naruto suffered. "Come on Kyuubi kid," Deidara said as he neared Naruto and reached down to grab him. "While you enjoy your nap I'm taking you to the leader. I'm sure he's going to be more than pissed at you and wants to see you again very much. Maybe you can tell me what he looks like if you wake up before we take the Kyuubi. Find out yourself when you see him in hell. He'll be right along after you." Deidara didn't even have time to register the sound of Naruto's voice before it sounded out again. "Fuutan, Fuuyin Saiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God." From behind, Deidara was crushed by a massive force slamming into his back that sent him flying and skipping across the river, coming to a crashing rest on the rocky shore on the other side. The Naruto in the water dispelled in a puff of smoke. Against a large boulder in the chasm they were fighting in, a cloak dropped to reveal Naruto. He had used the inside of his traveling cloak to blend in. It had been lined with the proper material to allow for the technique Kakyoumino no Jutsu, Cloak of Invisibility Jutsu. An E-rank Academy basic. Deidara grit his teeth in pain as he sat in the shallow water against the rocks he had hit. He could have sworn that last attack slipped a disc or something because his back was screaming bloody murder at him. Goo. He got up. Tough, UN. He then honed in on Naruto. He was just as wounded as his clone let him see. His root top was in tatters and a lot of his upper body had intense burns and wounds. and the blood that he saw in the water earlier was apparently from somewhere on Naruto's face, as it was just pouring down the right side freely. Naruto growled deeply and angrily, gritting his teeth as hard as he possibly could, either in anger or pain. Deidara couldn't tell. He was holding his hand over the right side of his face, trying to keep the blood from streaming freely from whatever wound he had, as if he were keeping his hand over a loose faucet. "I am going to kill you, right fucking now." Deidara sneered at Naruto, who seemed to be glaring murderously at him. "Come and try it, UN. I will blow you away. Let's see you get back up from this." He reached for his clay pouch but found that it had been blown off when Naruto hit him with his last attack. While Deidara realized he was out of ammo, Naruto had formed two Kichibunshin at his side, and the original had his hand held out in front of him, forming a Rasengan in it. His two clones latched onto his outstretched arm with their hands, and lightning began coursing through the original's arm. The Rasengan started flickering with electricity before shrinking to the size of a stone. When it shrank, however, it began emitting a loud humming noise that seemed to even move the water Naruto was standing in front of, making steady waves away from him. Naruto formed a fist with his left hand that had the strange jutsu formed in it. His entire left arm glowed yellow as the noise grew louder and louder, and the intensity of the force moving the waves grew more and more powerful. Deidara didn't like the look of that whatsoever and tried to move, only to find that he couldn't move his body. "What the hell? Can't move?" Naruto asked, still holding his right hand over his eye while his jutsu was charged and ready. "Good. The waves aren't being made just for the hell of it. I charged the Rasengan with lightning chakra. Right now it's discharging high amounts of electricity into the air around me, and you're close enough in range to get a steady dose of it. Your body is numb, and the way that your body is screwed up, you're as good as paralyzed. Easy pickings." "No," Deidara thought to himself frantically. Even trying as hard as he could barely will his fingers to twitch. "He's really going to?" "No." Naruto's clone steadied his aim with his single arm and braced it for recoil. "Tamarai-chan helped me with the other one, but I did this one on my own. You're the first living creature that isn't a spider to see this move. Thank you Kakashi-sensei, and goodbye Deidara." Raiten, Raisin Rizki, lightning release, spiraling marble. Naruto opened his hand once more, and all of the built-up energy in his arm fired off the small ball of energy. The moment it left Naruto's hand, the tiny blue Rasengan stone became surrounded by harsh, crackling high-voltage electricity. It shot across the river, dissolving every drop of water that managed to touch the attack, and it served a double purpose of shocking Deidara as he waited for his inevitable doom. He opened his mouth in a silent scream as the new Rasengan hit him and instantly vaporized him as it continued to pass on and plow into the canyon wall, pulverizing it and bringing down the entire thing. A large cloud of dust flew high into the air from the annihilated side of the gorge that could be seen for miles. Naruto watched the destruction that his new jutsu caused, still holding his right hand over his face as his clones dispelled and his left arm fell limp at his side. The dust from the destructive technique blowing all around. Naruto was steadily breathing, and it was slowly becoming more and more frantic and erratic as he walked over to a boulder and sat down against it, holding the right side of his face as he tried to calm himself down. He told Deidara that when it came to matching power between them, he just didn't measure up, at least not without taking Naruto out altogether. Being a Jinchuriki made him a target, but at least it meant that they couldn't kill him. He didn't have to be so nice. And what that bastard did was the last straw. Recoil from the jutsu or not, he had to just die. Naruto threw his head back and let out a loud yell of pain that pierced the sounds of nature, Fuck. Fucking lucky shot. 1 in a million fucking lucky hit. Fuck. He cursed repeatedly. Naruto-senpai. Maki and the ink bird she had been riding on landed nearby Naruto. She barely had time to take in the damage of the battlefield and properly survey it when she got a look at Naruto, more specifically his terrible appearance. What happened here? Who attacked you? Deidara. Naruto said, trying to hold the pain out of his voice to keep Maki from potentially panicking. It's over, Maki-chan, I won. He isn't coming back. He gestured his head towards the other side of the canyon where all of the destruction lay. Maki's hands glowed, signifying a diagnostic jutsu as she tried to check him over. She moved her hands up his body and eventually by his face where she stopped. His hand was covering his eye, blood was pouring out, and she had already seen it with her diagnostic jutsu. Naruto-senpai. She said lowly, turning her head down almost as if she didn't want to see what she already knew had happened. Move your hand. It's a scratch. He said to her firmly, it's always a scratch. It'll heal. It always heals. Move your hand. She said to him assertively as she looked back up at him defiantly, move your goddamn hand, Naruto-senpai. She said, planting her hand around his wrist before her tone softened, her voice almost breaking, please move your hand. Naruto frowned and let out a sigh as he let Maki slowly move his hand away from his right eye. The same scar he had for years was still there, but the eye itself wasn't. There wasn't any healing that. When Deidara's clone exploded in Naruto's face, it destroyed Naruto's mask. The mask was sturdy, supposedly sturdy enough to take the force of an explosive tag and remain intact, but not in this instance, at least not from that range with the shock of the explosion all directed right at him. When the explosion happened, the mask shattered, and the sturdy material became sturdy shrapnel that wounded Naruto's face. Most of it would easily heal even without treatment, but his right eye had been hit directly with shrapnel and had been destroyed. Maki cupped Naruto's face in her hands and looked at him with quivering eyes. It's my fault. It's my fault again. I left you alone again when you needed help and this happened. It's my fault. It's not your fault. Naruto snapped at her to get her to stop. It's not your fault. I was the one that split us up. Deidara found me and fought me. It was a battle, this is a wound. Shit happens. It's no one's fault. If it's anyone's fault, it's my fault. She nodded and choked back a sob. She wasn't going to cry. Root Ninja didn't cry, see can the Kyuubi. Kyuubi can't regrow body parts. Naruto said with finality, shooting down her hopes and reminding himself of how bad things were for him now. My eye is gone, it's not coming back. He shook his head, just heal me up, Maki-chan. We've still got to catch Sajuktama or Itakai. We didn't come all this way for nothing. Maki looked at him like he had grown a second head. You're still going to fight one of them? She almost yelled at him, how are you possibly going to fight one of them? It's Itakai Uchiha. And Sasuke beat Orochimaru. I know you said you could have done that too, Naruto-senpai, and after seeing this I believe you, but with you like this Sasuke could beat you. Why would you still go after one of them? I promised that I would. He said resolutely, I never make promises, Maki-chan, not anymore. Because I don't like being forced to keep my word for trivial bullshit. But this is different. There are too many factors and I made a promise that I would get back one of Kiri's swords. I had to make that promise. And I can keep going. Maki slapped him across the face, they will tear you apart. Itachi Uchiha isn't going to care that you're hurt. Sasuke Uchiha isn't going to care. Kaizen Hoshigeki will just laugh and come at you like a shark in the water. They're not going to care like I do. Okami, your eye. She said before tears finally started streaming from her cloudy grey eyes. Naruto just pulled her into a hug and let her cry. It was okay. He needed time to rest anyway. Time to heal, if only a few minutes. Those few minutes might have wound up being golden later because he wasn't just taking his ball and going home. Not now. And Maki cried her eyes out. He had never seen Maki cry. He didn't even know anyone in Root was capable of tears, and this was when he realized that Danzo never broke her. He never even told her that showing emotion was wrong like he did for everyone else. She simply picked it up from everyone else in Root by proxy of just being around them. That was why she was able to blend in so well in the academy, because she was normal. Why? He understood why Danzo quit trying to break him, he simply couldn't. Naruto's will was strong and the Kyuubi kept him sane, well saner. Having someone with emotion do what they did, that was kind of a liability. How much work did Maki get without him before she was stuck in the academy? What was she supposed to do? Just watch him. What was her designated purpose in Root? Because everyone had a certain job that they were intended for and he was racking his brain trying to figure out hers. He was a jack of all trades even though he focused in infiltration, demolition, and open combat specialist, and his job was to be Danzo's secret weapon and later the man that would be Hokage. Sai was an infiltration and espionage specialist that was no joke in a fight or a slouch in any real department. He was one day meant to succeed Danzo as head of Root. Fuwa was for interrogation, infiltration, and espionage, and he was Danzo's bodyguard. Torun was meant for assassination, and capture and detainment, and he was meant to work his skill in conjunction with Fuwa's as Danzo's bodyguard. Maki was a genjutsu specialist and medic nin and was meant to be his direct support as her areas of focus were his antithesis. What was her role supposed to be? Please don't cry anymore, Maki. Naruto said after letting her do just that for a few minutes. I'm not dead, I'm not dying. I just don't have an eye. It's okay, I'll manage. She slowly started calming down. Come on. We don't cry over little things like this. You're stronger than that. I know that. She mumbled into his shoulder miserably before looking up at him and pulling back, sniffling one more time before trying to get some form of stoicism back. Okay. Let's fix you. You have a job to do. She said, beginning the seals for a medical ninjutsu. Do you really think you can adjust to only having one eye to fight against the Sharingan? She asked that question before her eyes went wide. Naruto-senpai. She stopped because she knew she didn't have to say another word. Naruto's mind had already beaten her there by a mile and she could tell he had been thinking it over ever since he had first thought about next having to face an Uchiha. It's lose-lose. Either go in with one fucking eye against one of the strongest Nukenin in recent Konoha history, or go in with two eyes, one of which is new and has powers that I don't know how to use. Naruto-senpai. Maki said, getting his attention once again, if you're going to make a decision it has to be now. There are too many things going on right now for us to just sit here. I'll heal you, but once I'm done you need to have come to some kind of conclusion. Naruto just nodded silently as Maki got to patching Naruto up so that he could be prepared for another fight sooner rather than later. In the distance at the top of the bluff, a man with a Venus flytrap around his head wearing the Akatsuki cloak emerged from the ground. One half of his body was black and the other was white, so the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has new tricks up its sleeve, does it? Leader Summer will want to know all about these events," he said, disappearing back into the ground. XXX. With Sai. Sai was befuddled. This Toby wasn't attacking him at all. All he was doing was moving away from him with his incredible speed and apparently taunting him, because no sane person would act the way he was in the middle of a fight. Well, then again, he had yet to meet or hear of anyone in Akatsuki that was playing with a full set to begin with, so he guessed that was irrelevant. As he stared at the odd individual who really didn't seem to be taking this seriously, in the distance, Sai saw a billowing cloud of dust and debris in the sky. That was where I sent Maki-san. That has to be where Naruto-senpai is. Is he all right, I wonder? He focused back on Toby. Maki-san is with him. Even if he is injured, she should be able to handle it easily enough with her and the Kyuubi abound. Ooh, that's a big cloud, Toby said rather absent-mindedly. Sai couldn't believe this person had turned all the way around to look at a cloud and wondered if it was a feint. Deidara-senpai must be going overboard again. His art is too pop for his own good, even if he does say it's super flat. No, this was the real deal, Sai surmised. And with that in mind, he couldn't just let an opportunity like this slip as he drew his tanto and disappeared in an ink shunshin. He reappeared at Toby's side and slashed at him with his blade only for it to seemingly just pass through his body harmlessly. What? Sai let out in shock as he jumped back away from the strange ninja. What in the world just happened? That hurt. Toby mumbled childishly, though it was clear he was purely faking it. You're not bad at all, Sai-san. What kind of defense was that? Sai wondered to himself. Well, if I can't cut him. Sai put his sword up and pulled out his drawing scroll again. Choujua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. The pale shinobi drew a trio of large birds that went flying at Toby. However, Sai had slapped explosive notes on the ink constructs before they headed off, and they were timed to explode once they reached the enemy. A fiery explosion erupted that forced Sai to jump back to avoid the blast radius and remain uninjured by his own attack. As the smoke cleared, Sai looked at the remains from the explosion to see that Toby was nowhere in sight again. Is he really that fast? Maki-san was right, he is faster than Naruto-senpai. Thank you, Toby said from behind Sai before hitting him with a stick after popping out of a hole. Sai was knocked across the ground before retaking his feet and looking back over at Toby, who was waving around a garden variety stick that he looked like he had just plucked off of a tree and ran over to hit Sai with. This is by far the strangest ninja I have ever come across in my life. It's like he's toying with me. Akamaru and I heard it over here. A voice called out from nearby, followed by the barks of a rather large-sounding dog. It's coming from the direction of that cloud, and I think I've finally got Naruto's scent. From the trees came 5 blurs that landed on the sideline of Sai and Toby's little encounter. Kiba, Akamaru, Neji, Shikamaru, and Kakashi looked at the two combatants appraisingly, trying to decipher whether they were friend or foe. Kakashi quickly noticed Sai's hitiet with the leaf insignia, Konoha Ninja. Sai immediately responded in kind, registration 012420. You may call me Sai. He smiled over at the new arrivals. It is nice to meet you, Kakashi Hatake. Naruto-senpai has told me much about you and you're quite famous in your own right. Kakashi raised his visible eyebrow at Sai. Naruto had a team with him. I wasn't told of that. He remembered hearing of a Sai from one of Naruto's probationary missions, but why was this person here? It is not a widely known mission, that is all I can say. Sai said before turning back to Toby, there is something more important at hand. Kakashi saw the orange spiral masked man and his cloak. He knew what this meant, everyone be on your guard. This is a member of Akatsuki. That immediately put everyone on the defensive. Where is Naruto? He asked Sai. I do not know. He said honestly, if I had to guess he would be east of here, a few miles away. Possibly in combat with another Akatsuki member as we speak because our other squad member hasn't returned with him yet. Kakashi frowned behind his mask but nodded, well anyway we have to deal with this person right now. Hi there. Toby waved over to them all excitedly, nice to meet you, I'm Toby. Sorry about this, but Toby has to go now. I need to go find Deidara-senpai, so later. He said before jumping up on the top of the rock formation nearby and over the edge. Everyone jumped up after him only to see nothing on the other side. Shikamaru let out a groan, troublesome. XXX. With Teiya and Sakura. Teiya and Sakura were hot on the heels of Karen, who managed to get some distance between them when she was running through the crowded city streets. However, Pakin was still able to track her and the two Kunoichi were right on her trail as they jumped through the branches. Teiya held her flute to her mouth as she ran. I wonder if the bitch is in range. She played a few notes but didn't feel any effects take hold over anyone. Fuck, she's either out of range or she's covering her ears. Probably the latter. We can't lose her, Sakura said as they continued to run. And we won't, Pinky, just calm down. Teiya said, don't go flying off the handle while we're still working here. Sakura nodded and followed the senior Kunoichi's lead. Dog, how close are we? She said, addressing Pakin. The pug sniffed the air and responded, not far, just one more short push and we've got her. Teiya smirked, you heard him, Pinky. Let's finish this. Sakura returned the smirk and they pressed forward, eventually catching sight of Karen. Let's see if she can keep away from this one. Mateki, Mabarashi Kaiteki no Yuta, Demon Flute, Phantom Comfort Song, she said as she started playing her flute again. Both girls noticed Karen slow down momentarily and Sakura charged ahead to take advantage. With a cry of exertion, Sakura smashed the tree branch Karen was about to land on with her fist, forcing her to misstep and fall to the forest floor in a heap. Karen got up and turned to face the two other women in a defensive stance. Teiya twirled her flute in her hand as she looked at Karen. Hello again. Do you remember me? Orochimaru's old bodyguard. Karen said, speaking of Teiya, having fun playing traitor to your comrades. Teiya shrugged, there wasn't too much camaraderie between me and my comrades. I was a prisoner that became a ninja for Orochipedo lest I die and I had his little slave mark on me. Why would I have been loyal? She scoffed, good of you to break my genjutsu, though. I wonder how well you can actually fight. She nodded her head towards Sakura who was pulling a pair of brown gloves tight onto her hands. I'm sure Pinky here is dying to find out. Sakura had an intense glare in her eyes. Tell us where Sasuke-kun is. We're only here to take him back to Konoha. You are you? The sound of that voice made Sakura stop cold and made Karen relax somewhat, relieved that this person was here, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke walked into the area of the forest casually. Well, Sakura. Is that why you're here? To take me back? Sakura couldn't even speak, having come face to face with Sasuke for the first time in years. Realizing that she wasn't going to talk, he turned his attention to Karen. You almost went ahead and got yourself caught, Karen. I thought you were better than that. Come on, let's go. Wait. Sakura called out just as he turned to leave. Sasuke-kun, come back with us. Orochimaru is gone, we can go back to the way things were before. You don't have to keep running. Sasuke turned back around towards her completely and gave her a dry look. There's nothing there for me, Sakura. I grew far stronger out away from the village than I did inside. And now I'm going to flush Itachi out and take my revenge. He said, forcing her face into one of dejection before he turned his attention to Teiya. Speaking of revenge, is that why you're here? Revenge against me for being the reason you were left behind and captured. Teiya smirked at him. You wish, needle dick. That crack raised a tick mark on Karen's head as the woman growled at Teiya. I'm not out here looking for you. I'm here looking for someone who's looking for you. Uzumaki. Hearing Naruto's name got a look of interest out of Sasuke. Yep. He's supposed to be looking for you so he can kick your ass for the sword you swiped from Nami no Kuni. He wanted that himself for another reason, a better one in my opinion. Naruto is looking for me. He said, taking a step towards Teiya. He remembered how Akatsuki's goal was to retrieve the Kyuubi and other Biju like it, and he remembered Itachi coming directly for Naruto himself once before. Capturing Naruto would let him simply wait it out. Itachi would come to him eventually, and he could simply keep honing his skills further while he waited. Tell me where he is. Ooh. Teiya said as if she had been burned. You see, I can't do that. But I can fucking catch you myself for Uzumaki. It's the least I can do for the bastard, I owe him that much. She finished as she took out her flute. She looked over at Pakin, who met her eyes and took off on his own to find Kakashi. Really? Sasuke said, letting the curse seal drift over his body. How about I just make you tell me where he is? Sakura watched the black marks spread across his body like flames and had flashbacks to seeing him like that before when they were genin. Sasuke-kun, don't use that mark. Don't do this, why are you fighting? Save it, Pinky. Teiya said, narrowing her eyes on Sasuke. If there was one thing she might have missed about having the curse seal on her, it was the power boost, and Sasuke had his. He isn't going to listen to us anymore. And that's what I was expecting in the first place. Karen, go find Sujitsu and Juago. I'll take care of this. The girl in question nodded and ran off, giving one last look of longing before she did. Sasuke drew his sword from its sheath. You'll be good practice for Itachi's genjutsu. Come. He said, gesturing for Teiya to attack him. Teiya let out a laugh. I've only ever let one man say that to me, motherfucker, and you sure as hell aren't him. She put her flute up. Genjutsu is going to do all of jack shit to you. I already know that. Luckily that's not all I've got. She made 2 hand seals and shot her arm out towards him. Senijashu, hidden shadow snake hands. Snakes flew from her arm at Sasuke. Sasuke simply cut right through them with his sword. His Sharingan wasn't even active. Is that all you've got? And this is why I didn't want to chase down Uchiha Cockpit. Teiya thought to herself, none of my genjutsu work on this dipshit, and if I'm going to start getting into a ninjutsu battle with an Uchiha, I might as well label myself legally retarded. She looked over to Sakura. Come on, Pinky, if you want your boy toy back you're going to have to force him back. That's funny. Sasuke said from behind them both, his back to them. Sakura and Teiya were shocked by his raw speed. They hadn't even seen him move, thinking that either of you could possibly force me to do anything. He said before turning around and swinging his Chokuto only to hit nothing but intangible figures that dispersed. Genjutsu. He quickly turned his Sharingan on just in time for Teiya's fist to appear in his face. He wound up taking several more hard, haymaker shots before swinging his sword at her. Taeya pulled up her flute and blocked with the sturdy weapon. "That's right, Needle Dick," she said, trying to push back against him. "Shirazetsun, white noise, to double layer another genjutsu that let you think you were winning the fight. You underestimated me and you paid for it. Now Pinky." From Sajuke's blind spot, Sakura leapt at him with her fist cocked back. Ukashao, cherry blossom impact. Sajuke was able to get a view of her at the last moment and disengage from Taeya just in time for Sakura's punch to miss him by a hair while Taeya jumped as far and as hard away as she could. The punch hit the ground and turned the place to rubble, even dislodging trees from their roots. Sajuke was knocked away by the tremor shockwave and found himself caught underneath a series of fallen trees. Taeya returned to the area and glowered at Sakura. "What the fuck was that? You could have knocked his fucking block off and you missed on purpose." "I saw that." Sakura defended herself. "I didn't want to kill him." "Newsflash, he wanted to kill you," Taeya told her. "Or do you think he was swinging that sword in my genjutsu to put on a show for us? He really thought that was us." She let out a sigh of exasperation. "That was the best fucking chance we were going to get. There's no fucking way he's going to let that shit happen twice. His Sharingan is going to be out and blazing from this point on." Sakura pointed over to the trees that had fallen on top of Sajuke. "He's still down, we could." The trees exploded into a mass of splinters and bark to reveal Sajuke with his level 2 form active, and like Taeya said, his Sharingan was sure as hell out from this point forward. "Fuck," Taeya muttered bitterly. "That was good, Sakura," Sajuke said to the pink-haired medic. "It would have been better if you had hit me, but I actually felt that. So good for you." His eyes locked onto them both coldly. "Now I'll only ask you one more time. Tell me where Naruto is or I'll have to force it out of you. I only need one in the first place, so don't test me." Taeya growled at him, knowing the shitstorm had just started at this point. "Go fuck yourself with that butter knife of yours." Sajuke sheathed his sword and held up his right arm. "Have it your way." His hand became engulfed in black lightning and the dark sounds of birds flapping their wings instead of the intended chirping noise rang out. "Catch this," he said, rushing right at them. Sakura was entranced by Sajuke's dark appearance until she heard him fire up his Chidori. "Sajuke-kun, stop." Taeya had already prepared countermeasures as the second she had seen Sajuke she had bitten her finger, and by the time his Chidori was fully charged she had already made the snake hand seal and slammed both of her hands on the ground the second he moved. "Kami, rest your miserable black fucking soul, Sakan." Kukios, Rashomon, summoning, Rashomon. From the ground, a gate large enough to shield both Sakura and Taeya emerged with a demonic face on it. It was meant to keep damn near anything from getting past, but Sajuke's arm punched right through to the extent where his head had space to fit through as well. He reached out and grabbed Taeya's throat and her body was immediately engulfed in black and white electricity. She let out a loud pained yell as the lightning ripped through her body until her eyes rolled into the back of her head and she fell to the ground motionless and smoking from the attack. The gate returned to the ground and Sajuke walked towards Sakura, who was shocked by Sajuke's brutality and power. He let his cursed seal regress as he stalked towards her. "Now, where is Naruto?" "Sajuke-kun," she said weakly, looking over at Taeya. "Why?" Sajuke didn't even blink. "Because I wanted to test the limits of my ability." His answer confused her. "I could have just gone around it and still gotten her or you. I just wanted to see if I could have broken through it, and I can. That's why I'll achieve my ambition, because I've done nothing but test myself and grow since I left Konoha. Now tell me where Naruto is." Sakura didn't answer as his Sharingan seemed to pierce her very soul. Eventually he scoffed and turned away. "You don't know." Sakura let him walk past her and leave. Just like all those years ago, all over again. Once again he was walking right away from her, and she couldn't stop him. Flashback 2 years ago. Sakura fell to the ground, exhausted after another day of Tsunde's harsh training. It was without a doubt the most difficult task she had ever taken, and Tsunde was a rigid taskmaster. But Sakura was no fool. She knew that any shinobi would give their right arm to be in her shoes, and she would be damned if she would let this opportunity slip. As a matter of fact, why was Tsunde training her? What was the appeal? She wasn't that spectacular of a shinobi, and she was certain that Tsunde didn't know her by name before they had begun training, so what was it? Tsunde Shishao? Sakura asked, needing to get to the bottom of it. Tsunde looked at her with a questioning look that instructed her to go on. "I'm grateful. Your training is incredible. Even now I can feel how much better I'm getting every day, but I have to ask, why are you training me?" For a moment from the frown on Tsunde's face she figured she had said something wrong, and that it was all over. She would think she was ungrateful and drop her just like that. Surprise was her response when Tsunde actually smirked. "It took you long enough to ask me why I did it." She let out a short chuckle. "Do you really want to know why?" Sakura had to know at this point, knowing that Tsunde wasn't offended. "Yes, please." Tsunde turned around with her arms crossed over her chest. "If you must know, it's because of Naruto, your old teammate." Sakura's eyes widened with surprise. She hadn't even seen Naruto in forever, like he had disappeared. "He told me to train you if I wanted to have a good apprentice. I think he just really wanted to help you out." "But," Sakura said in disbelief, "Naruto hates me." During his exam, and after Sasuke-kun left, the words he said to me. Tsunde laughed again and turned around with an amused look on her face. "You think you got it bad from his little fight with you during his exam? Everyone else got it way worse than you did. You were lucky he only hit you once. And if he hated you he wouldn't have gone out of his way to say anything at all, he would have just avoided you." "He has been avoiding me," Sakura argued back. "I haven't seen any sign of him in months. The last time I saw him was at the hospital with Shitsune-senpai, and that's because he was there for injuries. He said hello to me and asked me how I was, but any other time I never saw him even at his house." Tsunde let off a sweat drop. Maybe I am working too hard after all," she muttered to herself, scratching her cheek. "Well, the idiot volunteered for the mission overflow we've been having, so it's his own damn fault for not paying attention to the meeting." She returned her attention to Sakura. "I'll have to set your next mission to work with him somehow so you can let him tell you these things yourself, but he told me that he wanted to believe that you could achieve your goal. He said that you felt so strongly about Sasuke that he would hate himself if he didn't try to help you somehow. Regardless of what he's doing now, you were his teammate and he does care about you somewhat." Sakura just looked at her teacher in shock. "He did? He does?" Tsunde shrugged. "You're here, aren't you?" She turned around, her green jacket swinging with her as she left. "That has to mean something. He thinks you're stronger than you appear and I want to believe he's right, so I do." End flashback. No. She had worked so hard so that she could actually be of use and do something about it herself the next time around. Naruto put his own word up to vouch for her. Tsunde believed in her. And she was just going to let him leave without doing anything. Sakura turned around abruptly with the intention of taking the swing at Sasuke she should have taken earlier, only to see him vanish in a burst of speed right in front of her eyes. Still not good enough, Sakura. Sakura's eyes widened at hearing Sasuke speak that close to her before she felt her body shut down. She had never even seen him move. Just like back then again, love doesn't give you power. Hatred does. Was the last thing she heard before her vision went dark. I never even saw him, just like then, he's still so far away. Sakura thought before blacking out. Sasuke just stared down at her and began to walk away from her when something jumped from the trees. They just keep coming. He turned towards the disturbance and saw Naruto kneeling over Teiya. Naruto. So you came after all. She said you were looking for me. Naruto didn't reply, he simply stayed focused on Teiya, checking her for signs of life and frowning visibly while doing so. Sasuke placed his hand on his sword and prepared to walk over to Naruto when a voice called out to him, "So I found you, Sasuke." Sasuke immediately turned and glared at the figure that walked from the shadows. "You've certainly gotten bigger." "Itachi," Sasuke said darkly, forgetting about Naruto who was still doting over Teiya trying to get some sort of response from her. She had suffered electrical burns from what he could see and was hurt. He could care less about the Uchiha brothers at the moment. Itachi stared at his little brother impassively. "So are you going to shout and run right at me again like last time?" Sasuke smirked before it just as quickly fell from his face. "You know nothing about me. How much hate has filled my heart, how much stronger I've grown because of it. You know nothing," he said as he and Itachi began a skirmish or sorts. Meanwhile Naruto was looking for vital signs. Teiya was still very warm, but she wasn't breathing. "Come on Teiya-chan," he said warily, "give me some kind of sign here." He lay his head on her chest and cursed, "Fuck. You'd better not die on me out here, do you understand me? You're better than this." He focused his lightning chakra into his hands and took a deep breath. "Come on, wake up," he said, pressing both down on her bosom in a CPR /defibrillator combination. Teiya's eyes immediately shot open and she sat up taking deep breaths and coughing. She looked around rapidly to see Sasuke and Itachi fighting, but she only focused on the concerned whiskered face right in front of her, Uzumaki. Teiya threw her arms around his neck. "I thought you were gone for a minute there, Teiya-chan," he said, holding himself close against her. "Don't fucking scare me like that again," he said in relief. Teiya let out a short laugh. "I won't." A flock of crows flew from where Sasuke was standing and what had once been Itachi's body, but him. "Don't worry about him," Naruto said, glaring intently at Sasuke as he also looked at the fallen Sakura. "She was fine, just knocked out." Sasuke stared at Naruto before turning and leaving. He didn't need Naruto anymore. He had gotten his message from that clone of Itachi's and knew where he was, come to the Uchiha hideout alone. Naruto had also heard that message and let go of Teiya to lay her down on her back. He walked over to Sakura and carried her over to Teiya before waking her up. Sakura's green eyes opened to see the blonde shinobi that was once her teammate, Naruto. She sat up and whipped her head around. "Sasuke-kun." She then locked eyes with Teiya. "Teiya, you're okay?" "Not okay," Naruto said, "alive, and that's all that matters right now. Heal her up for me, Sakura." He stood up and walked away from them both. Sakura prepared to begin working on Teiya. "Where are you going?" "To deliver a message." Naruto said before disappearing in smoke. XXX. With Naruto and Maki. Naruto sat at the front of Sai's ink bird while Maki held onto his back tightly, her eyes heavy due to fatigue from healing all of his numerous injuries and getting his left arm to be fully usable. This was all to make him as fresh as she could for what would come next. It wasn't perfect, but the Kyuubi could handle the rest. She had also requested that Naruto use Fuwa Injutsu, Chikura Takuwa Yukuriru, sealing technique, stored chakra transfer, to take what chakra she had to give to refuel him just in case he needed it. Needless to say, she was utterly spent. Naruto had new clothes on and a heavy bandage wrapped around his head, covering his right eye, much like Danza's bandages usually covered his own eye. I'll be damned if I'm going to go around looking like a mummy like Danza Jiji though. He thought to himself when the memories of a dispelled clone hit him. He suddenly looked to one corner of the rolling forests and looked over to another end of it, narrowing his single eye. Maki-chan, I'm going to give you a clone and he's going to take you to the ground and help you get to Saikuhai. I've got some business to handle. What? She asked tiredly, holding her arms around his torso tightly. What's wrong, senpai? Nothing's wrong. He said to her softly, but it's time. Maki frowned but nodded. He couldn't take her with him as she was. Even if she was full strength, she would still probably be useless to him. Her genjutsu attacks would be next to useless against the Sharingan. Naruto placed one of his hands over both of hers that were holding on to him and rubbed the backs of them soothingly before forming a kichibunshin that picked Maki up bridal style. Be careful with her. Get her to Sai fast. I'm going to need every drop of chakra I can get. The clone nodded and jumped down, hopping along the air like stepping stones on the way down. Maki looked up into the air at Sai's bird that was now flying in a new direction with a vengeance. Maki curled against the clone's chest tightly as it continued to move with her. Please be careful, Naruto-senpai. XXX. A short time later, Uchiha hideout. You found the hideout, Sasuke-kun. Itachi said with his eyes shut as he sat in a throne at the end of a massive ceremonial room. Then I guess it's finally time. Sasuke's Sharingan was out as he glared at his older brother. My eyes see everything clearly, Itachi. And what they see right now, as clear as day, is you dead at my feet. You say you see me dead? Itachi said questioningly. Well then let's see how good your eyesight really is. He said, opening his eyes to reveal his own Sharingan out as he disappeared and reappeared right behind Sasuke back to back. He drew a kunai and went for a stab just as Sasuke pulled his Chokuto and went for a slash. The two blades clashed with a loud ringing of steel sounding out. 4 kunai landed all around the two combating brothers, and they both jumped away right in the nick of time as a dense dome of electricity formed around the weapons. Itachi and Sasuke both snapped their heads towards the entrance as they heard a voice. Damn, almost got them both in one. My depth perception sucks like this. Both Uchiha members widened their eyes as Naruto strode into the base with a bandage wrapped tightly around his head. Sasuke immediately understood why this Naruto looked so different and battle-weary. The other one was a clone. That's why he didn't fight. Naruto slowly walked inside, not caring that he was interrupting a conflict 8 years in the making. Once he had gotten enough inside, he spoke. Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. Two of the most infamous Nukenin in Konoha history. I am Naruto Uzumaki, registration number 012607, Jounin level Shinobi of Konohigakyo no Sato, Shinchu Uriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, and the future Hokage. Nice to see you both again, and you're to both be captured for your crimes against the village. Please surrender, I don't have to bring you back alive. Sasuke and Itachi just stared at him until the silence grew uncomfortable to him. Didn't work. Didn't think it would. Oh well, I tried to do this without the violence. How did you find this place, Naruto-kun? Itachi asked him curiously. He really wanted to know. I could tell, but I'd have to kill you, Naruto said plainly. Sasuke shook his head. Never mind that. Look at you, you're a mess. What do you think you're doing here? You're as blind as a bat, you're going to get yourself killed here. You can't even see, you might as well have shown up with your eyes closed, it's the same difference. Naruto shook his head. No Sasuke, not really. You see an injured guy that can't see, a guy that might as well have his eyes shut altogether, since the outcome against your Daojutsu would just be the same no matter what. He reached up to the bandages on his head and loosened them. But what you don't see, Sasuke, Itachi. He ripped the bandages away from his face with one swift pull. If Naruto could take a picture of a pair of faces at that exact moment and guarantee anyone that it could sell for millions, he would have banked his money on the image of pure shock and so many other emotions he couldn't even begin to label them that was currently reflected on the faces of Itachi and Sasuke, and that picture was eternally seared into his mind the second he took the bandages off. The two brothers locked red eyes with each other, as if to confirm with the other what they were seeing, and then they turned back to Naruto, and ignored his left, blue eye to lock their red eyes on his solitary, single one in his right socket. The red, three-tomed eye of a fully matured Sharingan. Naruto dropped his bandages to the ground and took in the sight of what his new eye provided him. What you don't see, is that my eyes are wide open. And that the ending of this part, everyone. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel, and also tell me your recommendation in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.